And welcome to day 3 of case number 2025-00045, electronic application of Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric Company for certificates of public convenience and necessity and site compatibility certificates. Okay, so I would want to say before we get started, at the end of yesterday, we excused a number of witnesses from testifying in person and being cross-examined, but they will still need to be available to answer DRs, if any. So keep your witnesses at least on notice that they may still be needed to do some DR responses. And with that, I think we're ready for applicant to call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. LG&E KU call David Tums.
Good morning, Mr. Timmons. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name, business address, and then counsel may ask.
My name is David Tummins. Business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Mr. Tummins, could you state your job title and your employer, please?
Yes, I'm the Vice President of Power Generation for Louisville Gas and Electric and Kentucky Utilities.
And did you cause to be filed in this CPCN case both direct and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Now, there's also what we call an ECR case. It's case number 2025-00105 that has been incorporated by the commission into this CPCN case. Did you also cause to be filed testimony in that ECR case?
I did.
And then are you the sponsoring witness of data responses that have been filed in the record of this consolidated case, CPCN and ECR case?
I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of your testimony or any of your data responses for which you are responsible?
I do not.
Mr. Tummins is available for questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. West? Mr. Cripps?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, let's see, Kentucky Coal Association, Matt Mullen? SREA, Mr. Spiller. For the cities? Joint interveners.
We do, Your Honors. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tummins.
Good morning.
I promise it will be brief. Gilbert Zelaya on behalf of joint interveners, which include Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Mountain Association, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition. Just to get us started, your current title and role is Vice President of Power Generation?
Correct.
Congratulations on promotion. Your previous role was Senior Director of Project Engineering?
Also correct.
And in that role, you led the groups responsible for the company's large-scale capital installations and facility projects?
Correct.
In your current role, are you still responsible for the large-scale capital installations and facility projects?
I am not. That group reports directly to Mr. Beller. However, I'm now their biggest and one could argue primary customer, so we still work pretty closely together.
So what new and additional responsibilities do you have in your current role?
The power plants all report directly to me. It's
Gotcha.
obviously the operation and maintenance.
Thank you. Okay, so to get started, I'm going to be taking a look at your response to Joint Interveners 1-25A. Let me know when you have it up.
I've got it.
All right. In response to that, to Joint Interveners 125-A, the companies provide a preliminary analysis of electric transmission needs in connection with the proposed facilities. Is that right?
Yes.
In that same response, you also say that the preliminary analysis indicates that significant upgrades are not required.
Correct.
But the companies, ultimately, they rely on their independent transmission organization, their ITO, to provide an analysis for system and network upgrades. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that independent analysis still forthcoming?
Yes.
Could you say when that analysis is expected?
So subject to check, or the analysis for Brown 12 should be completed later this year. I'd have to get a specific date, but I think it'd probably be sometime in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter. The analysis for Mill Creek 6, as you can see there, doesn't start until November this year, as the schedule really mandated by the process. So
the analysis for Brown 12, are you referring to is that the same thing as the transitional cluster study?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Is that the study that was, I believe the joint interveners asked Mr. Schramm about this yesterday. Is that the study that was completed on July 11th?
I'd have to verify.
Okay. And I believe we said we'd request that as a post-hearing data request. So would that be okay with you?
Sure.
So that ITO analysis, would that provide the true cost for electric transmission upgrades needed in connection with the proposed facilities?
I think it would be a much better estimate. I'm not 100% sure if it's locked in at that point. I would have to verify that.
Okay. Did the company's preliminary analysis assume the retirement of Mill Creek 2?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if any of the scenarios studied as part of that preliminary transmission analysis took a look at keeping Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if the ITO analysis would include an analysis of keeping Mill Creek 2 in service beyond 2027?
I don't know that either. It might be a better question for Mr. Beller, or we could follow up in post-hearing.
Okay. Would you know if the companies have requested that the ITO include as a sensitivity to their analysis, whether they can analyze extending the life of Mill Creek 2?
Not sure.
So, is that something that the companies could do, like ask the ITO to run a certain scenario?
I believe we could. Now, I know we've done some preliminary analysis and indicated that that would not be a concern.
Okay. So at this time, the companies don't know, either from their preliminary analysis or the result of the ITO analysis, whether extending the life of Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027 would result in increased transmission costs.
I
I'm not
object
saying
to the
that-
question, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes the witness's testimony. The witness said that he didn't know. The question asked whether the companies know. The witness has said other witnesses may know.
Mr. Tummins?
Just rephrase and he
Yes.
can answer what he knows.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tummins, do you know, either from the preliminary analysis or the result of the ITO analysis, whether extending the life of Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027 would result in increased transmission costs?
To clarify, my understanding from the preliminary analysis is that the extension of Mill Creek 2 would not, the extension of Mill Creek 2 through 2031 would not add transmission cost. I do not believe the ITO has studied that yet. That we would have to verify. Others in the company may know that.
So you do think that the preliminary analysis included a look at an extension?
I'm not sure if we're saying the same thing when we say preliminary analysis.
Sure.
We've done,
Well, can we take a look at GI 125A? And this is the study I'm referring to. It's just the first sentence says, this study was conducted to estimate the LG&E KU transmission system upgrade projects and costs. Is this what you're referring to when we're saying the phrase preliminary analysis?
well, I'm sorry, I might be looking at the wrong thing. What's the sentence you just said again?
It's just the very first sentence. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually on page 3. Executive summary, starting with this study.
I don't think I'm looking at what you're talking about. Are you talking about the attachment or the response?
Oh, yes. Attachment to response to joint intervenor, set 1, question number 25. And we're looking at page 3 of 16.
Okay, I think I'm on the correct document, the correct page now. Could you orient me to the sentence you're
Okay,
referencing
my
again?
apologies.
That's all right.
Just the first page of the executive summary, it says, this study was conducted to estimate the LG&E and KU transmission system upgrade projects and costs for 6 different potential generation scenarios.
Okay,
So if you look down a bit lower in a chart, it says it includes all the scenarios studied, including the following generation retirements and additions. You see that?
that's correct.
And in that chart, there's a line that says retirement, Mill Creek 2, June 1st, 2027.
Yeah, so this document is what you're referring to as a preliminary study?
Yes.
Yes, and as it relates to, is there any way you could scroll up so I can see the date on this? Yes, this study does not contemplate the extension of Mill Creek 2.
Okay. I was just trying to get at whether this chart was all-inclusive of potential scenarios.
Yeah, again, I think, so this is, I'm sorry to clarify, I just want to make sure that I'm correct in my answers. In your questions, this is what you're referring to as preliminary study, correct?
That is right, yes.
That's right, okay. This preliminary study did not did not study a variable Mill Creek 2 retirement, is my understanding.
Is there another study that does include that analysis?
I don't believe there's a study. We've had some conversations that have indicated Mill Creek 2 would not be an issue. I'm not aware of a formal preliminary study.
Are you aware of forthcoming study that might be looking at the potential?
I would have to follow up on that.
Okay. Thank you. So to the extent there are additional costs for electric transmission upgrades needed to keep Mill Creek 2 online beyond 2027, would LG&E and KU be willing to accept the risk that keeping Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027 would result in additional electric transmission costs?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Would LG&E and KU be willing to accept the risk that keeping Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027 will result in additional electric transmission costs?
That's not a decision I would make
Okay.
in either my role when I file testimony or my current role.
But do you agree that there is a risk that by extending the life of Mill Creek 2, that will lead to additional electric transmission costs?
I would agree there's some risk. I believe, and I think there was a substantive DR that I think Mr. Wilson would have been the right person to direct this to, but I think there's a DR that references a lack of concern, my term, a lack of concern with additional or incremental transmission cost through 2031, but that concern becoming a greater concern after 2031.
Would LG&E and KU agree to bear that risk of additional costs?
That's not my decision, sir.
Okay. So those additional costs ultimately would be passed on to the ratepayers, is that right?
Again, I think it's probably a better question for Mr. Conroy.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move on. From a transmission perspective, was retiring Mill Creek 1 necessary to accommodate Mill Creek 5, which was approved in the 2022 CPCN case?
I can't conclude that was necessary. That may be the case, and would suggest you ask others. I believe that the environmental permitting was probably also a concern as it related to the interplay between Mill Creek 5 and Mill Creek 1.
Let me ask this differently. Are there any site constraints at the Mill Creek site that would require significant transmission upgrades to accommodate, let's say, Mill Creek 2 and Mill Creek 5?
Just so I can clearly answer your question, tell me what units you would have in service at one time, and then I think I can answer your question.
Okay, so let's talk about Mill Creek 2 and Mill Creek 5. So this is a past 2027 scenario.
Yep. So, well, again, I'm not trying to be problematic here, but you're also assuming that Mill Creek 3 and 4 continue to stay in service, correct?
That's right.
So your question would encompass Mill Creek 2, 3, 4, and 5?
That's right.
And you said after 2027?
After 2027, so the in-service date of Mill Creek 5.
Yeah, I don't believe that would be an issue.
Okay. How about 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? This would be past 2031.
Yeah, I believe that's where, and I think, again, the data request that I loosely referenced, and Mr. Wilson's response to that data request, I think clarifies that after 2031, one would expect some transmission cost associated with that. Because of the unit mix that I think we're agreeing is your reference point. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
and 6.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, correct me if I'm using the wrong terminology, but are there sufficient tie-in points to accommodate Mill Creek 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 simultaneously?
I don't, your question starts to get to what those transmission costs that I believe that I referenced would be appreciable to keep all 5 units in service. I'm not sure what the points that, or what the specific upgrades necessary would be, so I don't know if tie-in points would be correct, but that is certainly something that could be a potential issue.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that is the question I was trying to get to. What, are there necessary upgrades needed to allow for the transmission of power from all these facilities to reach the grid?
Again, and I'm really not trying to make this take longer than you intended, but in what I believe is your question, to keep 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all in service and all be capable of running at full capacity and to export that power, I believe, which we're associating with a 2031 timeline, I believe that would require appreciable transmission upgrade costs. However, I'm not the person to tell you, I don't have the information to specifically tell you what those costs would be at this point.
Understood, thank you. Okay. You tell me if you can answer this question. What is the current amount of interconnection rights at the Mill Creek site?
I'm not sure, I'd have to follow up on that.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna ask that as a post-hearing data request, if that's all right. Okay, turning to a new topic. Let's take a look at your rebuttal testimony at page 8, lines 3 through 5.
I've got it.
Okay. On that page, you state that electric transmission costs for Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6 are expected to be approximately 2% of project costs, or roughly $30 million for each NGCC. Is that right?
Correct, I think where we're heading here is potentially a use of the term transmission cost, but you're absolutely right, that's what it says in my
Right.
rebuttal testimony.
So let me jump ahead then. You then state that transformer costs are not included in that 2% figure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but if transformer costs were to be added to that 2% figure, the cost estimate would be closer to 60 million for each NGCC, which is roughly 4%.
That's correct, and just to clarify, it's not just transformer cost, although transformer costs are the biggest chunk of what, to use a euphemism, is sitting in a different bucket in our workup estimate. It also includes generator circuit breakers, et cetera.
Okay. Does that doesn't include network upgrade costs?
It does not.
So if we were to include both transformer costs and network upgrade costs, what's your best estimate of the total electric transmission costs for each NGCC facility?
It's problematic because it's hard to assign network upgrade costs to a specific unit. Perhaps it'd be easiest to say, however, if you were to, and again, this is not exact, so it comes with a ton of caveat, but if you were to assign the network upgrade cost, for instance, based on the megawatts assigned, it would probably be another between 1% and 3%.
Let me maybe ask a simpler question. Could we agree that it would be higher than 4%?
Yes, if we included network upgrade cost,
Okay.
which, and I don't know from other testimony offered in the case if that was included or not. It is not generally included in a project cost because, one, it's usually not known at the time of doing a project. It's certainly not known at the time of quoting a project. And again, this, and I'm not the person to dive into the detail on this, but it's very hard to assign what portion of the upgrade costs go to a specific,
Yeah.
project, if you will. But certainly if you were to include that, it would not be a number less than 0. Therefore, the cost would at very best stay at 4%, most likely rise a little bit.
So we'd most likely be in the 5 to 8% range.
Yeah, I'd want to follow up with some
Ballpark.
better math, but
Okay, I'll follow up too, as a data request. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, last question. This is gonna be just a quick one. In response to joint interveners 1-18A, the companies provide the unit reservation agreement for Brown 12. And I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer this question, it's just we'll see. My intention is not to ask any questions that may lead to confidential information. So to the extent your response may elicit confidential information, let's pause, flag for your counsel, and we'll take it from there. Okay. Looking at page 1 of the URA, the third paragraph describes the anticipated interest in the project for each of the companies. Do you see that? The one that starts with Louisville Gas and Electric Company?
Yes.
The anticipated interest in the project is 31% for LG&E and 69% for KU. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you explain why that's different from the proposed ownership and cost allocation split in the application, which provides for 100% ownership by Brown 12, by LG&E and LG&E for Brown 12?
Yeah, I want to get this right, so please ask the question one more time.
Okay. Why is that different from the proposed ownership and cost allocation split in the application, which provides for 100% ownership of Brown 12 by LG&E?
I believe that, and I don't know this to be true, but I'm not sure if we knew what the ownership split would be at the time we had to sign this contract. And we can go into obviously all the detail you like, we probably would have to go into a confidential session, but we didn't know, or I didn't know, and based on how quickly we had to sign this contract, because this was, we were told the last unit available that would be for, that would allow us to serve the in-service date of mid-2030. So what that is that's a carryover from the Mill Creek 5 contract, because that's what the supplier was familiar with.
Okay. So the updated, I guess, ownership percentage, is that a reflection of the allocation of capacity for Brown 12?
I believe that's been covered, but I believe that's correct, but that would be a question for Mr.
Okay.
Wilson.
Okay, I think,
And again, to be clear, I'm just saying this to be clear. We could talk for an hour about this. It's simply for the purposes of expediting the contract, so the Brown 12 contract wasn't moved back to 2031 and subject to another, double-digit escalation.
and that question was purely for my own education, so.
Okay.
No need to get any further into it. Thank you, Mr. Timmons. We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
And then staff.
Good morning, Mr. Timmons. Hopefully this will be relatively brief. We just have a few follow-up questions, I think, here for you. The first is, I think yesterday there was some testimony, and others can correct me if I'm wrong, from Mr. Beller perhaps about the need for, or the expected need for a unit reserve agreement for Mill Creek 6. Is that your understanding still, that there will be some sort of requirement to sign a URA like you did for Brown 12 for Mill Creek 6?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, this evolves very quickly. Just to kind of set a context, if you will, as I expressed, the URA we signed for Brown 12 was signed in December, mid-December of last year, and that was the last one available. I expect there's probably a 60 to 70% chance we're gonna have to sign the unit reservation agreement for Mill Creek 6 within the next 4 weeks. I am bordering on certain we will have to sign that by mid-October at latest. And that's an indication of the fact that the market has gotten even 2 months, the market has, gotten 2 months hotter just in the last 12 months, if you will.
So this is going to expose my ignorance here at the subject. Why the delay? So if you expect you have to sign the URA, why the delay in the timing of signing the URA? What are you trying to buy with that time?
Well, it's a balance, and as we covered in, I think it was Commission 1-34, I believe, while the contract allows for some possibility that we could recoup the URA cost, and they're all applicable to a purchase, assuming it all, the URA follows into a Power Island agreement, there is no guarantee that if it doesn't land in a Power Island agreement, that the companies can recoup that money. So it's a balance, and it's a really good question. It's one that we're on kind of new ground here based on the fluidity of the market. It's a balance between wanting to expose between the ratepayers and the companies minimally for that URA cost, but also wanting to lock in a price as soon as possible based on what we've seen going on in the market over the last 3 years.
Because my working assumption is that GE will sign a URA sort of at any point in time that you will commit, I suppose, to the unit. Is that perhaps a bad way of saying that?
No, it's not to parse words.
Sure.
They certainly are glad to engage in the discussion, but it's so busy. Like, for instance, the URA that we signed, and there was no cost penalty to this. They honored the bid. But the URA that we signed was probably a month after we expressed, and it was you know it was set ready to go. We signed it roughly a month after we were ready to, based on our comfort level with needing to do the project, and it was all based on their workload, you know. And it's not just theirs; it's all the OEMs churning contracts.
Second question, just also for my education, did GE also construct, were they also the OEM for Cane Run 7?
No,
Who is the OEM for that?
Siemens.
Siemens, okay. And you have not had discussions with them about either Brown 12 or Mill Creek 5 or 6? Right, there wasn't like a bid process for that either.
Say the units you were talking about again. I just want to
Well,
make
the
sure.
ones that are in contemplation. So Mill Creek 5, which was approved in 2042, that's GE. 6 and 12, which are asked for in this application. Siemens were not involved in either of those applications.
Right. Just to be clear, we did not have substantive conversations with Siemens for Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6 because of the reasons I outlined for wanting to stick with the same OEM. They were part of the conversation for Mill Creek 5.
Okay. And so then the next question, and again, I apologize for anything here that's inartful. The 21 in-service date, the driving factor for Mill Creek 6, so I'm talking about Mill Creek 6, 2031 is the date that you expect that to go in service. The driver for that is just GE's ability to produce and put that together. It's nothing to do with your labor or any other sort of physical factors at Mill Creek that caused that delay.
You're right that there's no Mill Creek internal company driven reason for that delay. The way I took the expressing your question was that the reason for the 1 year delay between Brown 12 and Mill Creek
Yes.
6 was
Yes.
effectively General Electric's ability to provide the unit.
Yes.
I don't think that's completely correct. I think,
Okay.
for instance, if we wanted to commission that unit sooner and start getting megawatts from that unit sooner, there's room to move up the delivery slot from GE.
Okay.
What I believe to be driving this, and this is a better question for Mr. Wilson or Mr. Schramm or maybe even Mr. Beller, I believe that what's driving the 2031 date is when we see the load being demanded.
Okay. Second, for one in a series of inartful questions, if the load materializes faster than expected, right? Because so obviously the forecast has your new mid at 1750. There's all these questions about how soon a data center or whatever sort of large load may materialize. If that materializes sooner than expected in the forecast in this application, when does the opportunity to sort of move up, right, to sort of push that in-service date sooner expire, right? By when will you have to be able to make that decision or know about that expected load to appear?
It's a problem that requires an understanding of multiple variables driving
Sure.
all this. For instance, just to go back to what I said a bit ago, that I'm fairly confident we'll need to sign a reservation agreement. Let's just say by mid fourth quarter of this year. Early fourth quarter of this year. And that's for Mill Creek
Mill Creek
6.
Correct.
There is probably room to, within, for a 2031 in-service unit, that's a 2029 delivery. That's just the way we happen to talk with the OEMs. There's probably room to jostle that a little bit. I would expect that within the next, and this, again, there's multiple variables, their demand from multiple places, et cetera. I would think we may have some room over the next 4 months to move that up, maybe as much as move it up by 3 months.
Okay.
But I don't know, I can't guarantee that. And quite frankly, this is one of the positives of the stipulation. We're so at the mercy of the market on both the provision of the major equipment for an NGCC or a natural gas combined cycle and the installation of that. We're so at the mercy of the market to count on their flexibility, any of them, the EPCs or the OEMs, is probably not a good plan. Having flexibility is probably best on the battery side, where, you know, Mr. Schramm said, I think Mr. Schramm said 3 years yesterday. That probably includes his time to do what it looks like may be a mandated RFP, which is perfectly fine. From the time my group would sign a contract with a provider to the time that we would be getting power out of that battery is closer to 24 months, which lines up nicely with the build time for the assumed build time for a data center. And the other thing that lines up nicely is you can't scale an NGCC. There's room to move that a little bit. The 645 that I think we have in the record, that 645, you can scale it up a little bit with some more duct firing, and we can opine about the technical benefits and perhaps detriments of that, but not much. On a battery, if we get closer to a potential execution time that we need to make a decision, if, you know, the one that was in the record or is in the record is 400 megawatts for 4 hours, if we decide we only need 250, we'll just contract one for 250. If we decide it wasn't, you know, that we were actually not aggressive enough on the initial recommendation, we need 800, we contract for an 800 megawatt battery.
On the topic of the battery, I'm going to refer nominally, I believe it's your fifth response, your most recent response to staff's inquiry. It's item 23. It is just the, so with the withdrawal of the Cane Run BES in this proceeding, right, part of the stipulation agreement was the withdrawal non-prejudicially of the BES. You had stated prior in this case that you had expected a EPC bid package development to be completed by August 30th. Are you also just internally going to complete that package?
It is always lined up really nicely with completing our contracting, our intention to complete our contracting of the Brown battery that was approved back in the 22 case. So there may be some, the largest portion of the answer to your question is yes. There may be some finite detail for Cane Run that we focus on other things getting through to August 30th, that we can kick the can down the road just a little bit, knowing that it will likely be a little bit later. But the majority of the answer is yes. We'll still be moving forward with having an EPC package ready to go shortly after August 30th.
What are the things you're considering kicking the can down the road on?
They would mainly be site specifics.
Okay.
That we'd want to get nailed down. They could be nailed in short order. It's more a matter of all the contracting we're doing right now. This would allow us to push it down just a little bit. I think I'm being overly technical. The answer to your question is largely yes, with a little bit of an extension on the date.
No, I mean, I appreciate the candor, and as it's been clear, I'm learning along, I think, with a lot of folks here about sort of the timelines. So with the withdrawal of the BES, and I think this may be sort of just the last question I have, I'm assuming you've been looking at trends for costs for batteries and then seeing sort of what the expectation is for where those costs will go. You know,
I'm sorry, what cost?
costs for the battery
Yes,
systems,
yep.
right? So just holistically, you know, I think 775 was what the Cane Run BES was projected to be in this application. What do you think would be the impact of delaying the BES sort of from a cost perspective by 1 or 2 years or whatever? I mean, this is up to you guys whenever you decide to reapply.
Right.
But let's say 12 months. What would be the expected cost impact there?
The cost, there's a number of variables there that are hard to gauge, but I'm happy
Sure.
to give you my thoughts. First off, the costs are likely to continue to escalate the same way most other standard equipment has been escalating, meaning not an NGCC escalation, but a standard escalation. The other variable that we have to consider is there's going to be a movement to move manufacturing, certain manufacturing, away from some of the foreign entities of concern expressed in the bill that was recently passed. It's hard to tell what exactly that will add. I tend to think it won't be exorbitant. I think in return, so that kind of covers what the 775 is likely to turn into. What the 775 in the current case does not include is obviously the 40% ITC. As manufacturing is moved away from foreign entities of concern, which I believe will happen, I don't know to what extent, I think it will allow for a greater likelihood that that ITC grows from 40% to 50%. So it's my long way of saying, I think as a company, what we would plan until some of those variables come better into focus would be a standard 3 to 5% escalation.
So if it's a 3 to 5% escalation, and then I guess I'm not sure how to ask this entirely. So if cost is going to be marginally sort of, it's not going to be an exorbitant price difference by doing it a year or two later. Do you have other concerns? I don't know, supply chain issues. If you're talking about moving manufacturing, I'm assuming there's going to be some delay or interruption for those organizations to be able to provide whatever materials or components for the batteries. Are you all seeing any constraints sort of in that area now that you'd be concerned with in 12 to 24 months?
It's
Again, I know a lot of this is
no. It's a good
but-
question. I'm not. My nonverbal response wasn't aimed at the question. It's more to characterize the answer. I think we all have to acknowledge there's been a lot of supply chain uncertainty over the last, say, 12 months. Without trying to predict how that supply chain uncertainty may either, kind of come back to norm or, perhaps grow even further, I don't have reason to be concerned with the disruption, if you will, of potentially onshoring some of the manufacturing. Quite frankly, one of the providers I'm more comfortable with, I think, is a little ahead of the curve on this. They already had plans to start moving the manufacturing away from the primary foreign entity of concern onto U.S. shores. I would have to follow up on where all that stands, but it's not. They didn't start emergently responding after the one big beautiful bill. So that's not a terribly big concern. My biggest concern would just be how all the price point shakes out and what, if any, further action there is on the tax credit.
I appreciate that. Chair, I believe all my questions are finished. Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
I'd kind of like to ask you about rates, and being the new commissioner, don't have as much experience with the rate structure and sort of how cost recovery works and all that. How would the investment tax credit, the ITC that you've been talking about, how would that affect ratepayers? How would that benefit ratepayers? How does that, or does that get passed along to the ratepayers?
First off, you'll want to ask Mr. Conroy that question for the gold standard answer. However, my understanding, as someone who also pays a bill and is interested in this, is that the tax credit would effectively be passed on.
And would it be passed on, I guess, after the credit is given, right? Instead of at the time the rate is instituted or the costs are allowed?
Better question, or a good question for Mr. Conroy.
I'll save my questions for Mr. Conroy then, thank you.
Mr. Reagan? Good morning.
Morning.
So the joint interveners, witness O'Leary, had opined that the costs for the MGCCs could be underestimated by as much as 20 to 30%. And they were basing that on a price per kilowatt hour that I guess had been formulated from lots of other projects. So, and I read your response about how, you had done much more detailed, in-depth estimates based on your real-world experiences. But I guess a 20 to 30% savings from what it's costing a lot of others, it's a lot. It's a big difference when we're talking about numbers like this. So why is it that KU could expect to pay 20 to 30% less than others are per kilowatt hour?
Well, first, we see a number of different price signals elsewhere in kind of wide open reporting, and it tends to, at least initially concern us the same way it might anyone else reading that. So we go back to our primary providers. And when I say that, I obviously mean the OEM, the original equipment manufacturer who's providing the equipment, and the EPC, the engineering, procurement and construction contractor that's installing it, and to address exactly the concern you're talking about. Has something happened? What do we need to know? We did that as recently as the last 10 days and verified that we're still comfortable with our estimate. Now, when we originally provided that estimate, obviously everything has a range based on what we know at the time we provide it and what we think it will be with escalation by the time we actually go to contract it and get, even to the time where we sit here today. And within those ranges, we're definitely closer to the higher end of the range of what we established. But what we established was what we offered up in the case was the high end of the range. So we're comfortable. To address your question about why others might be paying more, and to be clear, it's not like all others are. We're staying in contact with people that are signing contracts, and we don't know exactly what they signed the contract for, but we're talking around price per kilowatt cost and realize that our estimates are close to what they're doing. So I think what folks are focusing on here is a couple outliers, and there's two things that could be driving that, in my opinion. The first is they might be building on a greenfield, and I don't know if that's the case with the ones you may have read about and seen. But if you're building on a greenfield, there's a lot more site prep work. You got to you have to do a lot of transmission work initially that doesn't have to be done at the sites where we're proposing to put these NGCCs. The other piece of that is the speed at which somebody wants to bring one of these online. We talked a lot about how we can't build these anywhere near as quickly as a data center can construct their data center. There's no way, there isn't enough time to cut out of the schedule to make them match up, but some installers may be trying to make those match up as closely as possible. That would involve things like perhaps paying on some of the equipment procurement, and I don't mean the major equipment, that's all kind of booked out. I mean on some of the slightly smaller items like transformers, perhaps circuit breakers, they may be paying a fee to expedite something. The other big thing they're probably doing is working around the clock rather than a more typical kind of 2-10 type of shift. And in some cases, the safest way to do this is to get it down to one long shift during certain periods. And that tends to be the way we construct them. That's what lands us in the roughly 4 years between execution of a contract and first megawatts. You could cut some time out of that, but you start to take some quality and perhaps some safety risks if you do that.
So KU and LG and E's tendency to sort of build out a campus, round 1 through round 12, and Mill Creek 1 through Mill Creek 6, is a cost savings that maybe some of those hadn't had.
Well, right, and it's fairly typical, man, that when afforded the opportunity, you would build on an existing power plant site because you have that infrastructure. Some just don't have that opportunity, and depending on the market these other builders are in and how directly the end user of the power may be interacting with the supplier, they may be glad to pay that substantial upgrade charge for that speed to market and the potential need to not be able to wait until there's an ability to construct on an existing power plant site, but having to buy land and make it work there. They could also involve, I'm sorry to go on and on, but it could also involve substantial gas line upgrade costs to get the gas from the takeoff point to the point of actual use, which in this case is not something, it's not free the way we're doing that, but it's much closer to that low gas connection charge because we're so close to existing gas lines.
Commissioners? Okay. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, in that case, no recross. And any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Philip Ember.
I just saw Mr. Ember step away. He may have taken a quick break. Oh, there. Okay.
He returns.
Just saw him step back.
works at restaurants too. They'll bring your food if you go to the restaurant. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat, Mr. Ember, and tell us your full name and business address.
Philip A. Ember, Director of Environmental Compliance for PPL Services at 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Ember.
Morning.
Did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
Did you also cause direct testimony in the ECR case, case number 2025-105, which the commission consolidated into this proceeding?
Yes.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of that testimony or any of those data responses?
No.
The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney General's office? KAC?
No questions, Your Honor.
KCA? Cities? SREA?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, joint interveners?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ember. How are you?
Morning, Byron. Good.
So, just to start, your role at, you're at PPL Services Corp. now, right?
Correct.
Formerly LG&E and KU at some point in the past, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you work across all the different environmental statutes and agencies that regulate LG&E and KU's fleet in Kentucky, right?
Correct.
Okay. You know what? Hopefully we can make this relatively quick. You and I have known each other for some time, right?
Correct.
We could probably geek out over the Clean Air Act for a while, but maybe we'll try and cut right to the chase as much as we can here. I guess my concern, and maybe we'll just start at the end and see if we can get there real quick. Extending the life of Mill Creek 2 is part of this stipulation agreement, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would involve keeping Mill Creek 2 on after Mill Creek 5 starts operation, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there not a substantial risk that keeping Mill Creek 2 on longer could require the installation of selective catalytic reduction equipment to control for NOx emissions at Mill Creek 2?
That is acknowledged in the data requests, yes.
Okay.
That being said, the NOx, the CASPER program has a NOx trading process, and there's the possibility that, the NOx trading program will allow us to operate during the ozone season. But yeah, that is a risk that is identified in the data requests.
Okay. And the NOx trading program you were just referring to has to deal with the Good Neighbor Plan or CASPER or some iteration of controlling for impacts downwind in other states.
It is an iteration of the Good Neighbor provisions of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards that are a function of the Clean Air Act, yes.
Okay. So the Good Neighbor Plan sort of comes after those National Ambient Air Quality Standards. First, EPA adopts the NAAQS or standards, and then after they've adopted, they designate areas, right? Attainment or non-attainment.
Correct.
And then after that, for the non-attainment areas that are impacted by upwind states, they eventually get around to passing controls that represent reasonably available control technology, or RACs, for upwind states to prevent them impacting downwind, right?
All true.
Okay, and that was the primary reason for applying here to install the SCR at Gent 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. But aside from that, Mill Creek, the entire plant is in Jefferson County, right?
Yes.
And Jefferson County itself is right now non-attainment for ozone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, they're actually, they started off marginal non-attainment and have been bumped up to moderate non-attainment, right?
True.
For failing to attain by the deadline.
Correct.
And right now, they are still in non-attainment and potentially facing another bump up to serious because they didn't make the moderate deadline, right?
That's all true.
Okay. And as a unit inside the non-attainment area, Mill Creek 2 doesn't have SCR right now, right?
Correct.
It's one of a few units that doesn't have SCR, but it's the only one in the non-attainment area that doesn't have SCR, right?
That's true.
Okay. And as of 2020, I think, LG&E first entered an agreement with the Air Pollution Control Board that would prevent, in effect, would prevent the companies from operating Mill Creek 1 and 2 at the same time during the summer.
Well, that board agreement limited the NOx in total from the site on a daily basis to 15 tons. In construct, kind of
Yeah.
limited the operation to only Mill Creek 1 or 2, but not necessarily.
Okay. You could potentially shut off 3 or 4, or
Yeah, there was, it was a voluntary and fairly flexible agreement.
yeah. But now Mill Creek 1's shut down, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you have 2 through 4 right now, and then you're adding 5. Isn't there a chance that you guys could have to agree potentially to not operate 5 and 2 at the same time, or 2 through 5 all at the same time? That limit is still in effect, essentially, right? That 15 ton per summer day limit is still there.
No, that limit is not in effect today.
That enforceable board agreement doesn't continue?
It has a termination clause. And
Okay.
we have triggered the termination clause of that agreement.
Okay. By bringing Mill Creek 5 online, is it not possible that LG&E might have to agree to either not operate Mill Creek 2 during the summer or add SER because of the impacts in Louisville itself?
The Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control Board can find multiple ways to try and address attainment. A similar board agreement may be something they do. I can't speculate on the exact means and methods APCD will perform to maintain or drive attainment.
Okay. But as the only unit in the non-attainment area without an SCR, there's at least a risk that an SCR could be required as racked.
That is true, and we address that in the data requests as well, yes.
Okay. And since the Louisville area is past its deadline for achieving attainment, that could come into play before 2031, when the unit, per this stipulation, would face shutdown again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And ultimately, I would suggest that if Mill Creek 2 is going to be there for a long time, an SCR is an appropriate control device to install. But, you know, it becomes an economic decision through the planning department under Mr. Wilson as to how we do that going forward.
So long-term, the analysis performed by Mr. Wilson's department in response to a commission request did project adding an SCR, but not until 2031 in their analysis, I think, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. We can follow up if needed on that,
Okay.
but it is at least possible that that could come into play short-term in that 2027 to 2031 period, isn't it?
It's possible, but we also live in the NOx trading program, in which, you know, even installing a Gen 2 SCR will help with the overall fleet flexibility of NOx compliance to the ozone season NOx allocation program.
But that NOx trading only has to do with the Good Neighbor Plan, right? There's no NOx trading program within a non-attainment area. You can't trade NOx reductions
Yeah.
at Gen 2 to comply with racked requirements for the Louisville non-attainment area, right?
Yes, I conflated two topics.
Okay.
You're-
Yeah,
you
just to
are
be clear.
correct.
Yeah,
no.
Getting just to the Louisville
But
non-attainment
yes, in
issue.
Louisville non-attainment, if a racked comes about, we'll have to address it.
And they're past the deadline for that rack submission, Louisville, right?
We are living under a racked today, and a air pollution control district is responsible for performing those tasks, yes.
They're past the deadline though for that attainment demonstration submission to EPA for
They're-
their
they're-
2015 non-attainment area, right?
They have not met attainment, correct, yes.
And they're past the deadline for that attainment demonstration submission though. Not just achieving attainment, but the demonstration that would include racked is past due at this point, right?
Yeah, the city has submitted attainment designation requests, but yeah, it's it's past due.
Well, not the designation, sorry, the attainment demonstration. So,
Okay.
yeah, the designation they are past due for, but they, because they're moderate non-attainment, have to submit an attainment demonstration, right?
Yes,
And part of that attainment demonstration would include showing that they are implementing RACT.
yes,
And they are past due for that submittal.
yeah.
By
yeah,
a couple
yeah.
of years at this point, I think. Okay. 1 second, sorry. No further questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ember. I'm Tony Mendoza, and I'm here on behalf of Sierra Club. But before I want to ask you some questions about the proposal for the SCR at Gent Unit 2, but before that, I wanted to follow up on one point with your discussion with Mr. Gary. The fact that Jefferson County is moderate non-attainment under the 2015 ozone NAAQS indicates that the air in that part of the state is unhealthy to breathe or unsafe to breathe, especially on hot summer days. Isn't that right?
The 70 part per billion is a health-based standard, yes.
Okay. And so switching regions of the state further east upriver to Gent Unit 2, the company is proposing, has asked for a CPCN for an SCR on that unit, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And that is estimated to cost about $152 million, isn't that right?
If Mr. Tillman says that's the number, and I think that's what's in the data request, then that would be the number, yes.
And there's also variable costs for operating an SCR, isn't that right?
Yes, there are.
And could you tell me, ballpark what you would estimate those costs would be, assuming that SCR were installed?
Mill Creek 2? is what you're-
I'm sorry, I meant to say Gent Unit 2. If I didn't, I'm interested in the variable costs of operating the SCR at Gent Unit 2.
Variable costs on an annual basis, I mean, ultimately, that's a Mr. Tillman's question, but I believe it's in the low, very low $1 million range, very low $1 million range.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ember. And is it possible to operate the unit, would it be possible, the way the SCR is designed, to operate the unit but not operate the SCR?
It's a complicated question. The short answer is yes. There is a minimum operating temperature to which you need for the reaction to work in the SCR. So in the evenings when you shed load, it's possible because of the dispatch restrictions, you would take an SCR out of service briefly. But generally, our operation is to maintain the SCRs in service.
Okay, and one advantage of not operating the SCR would be to save those variable costs, right?
Can you repeat the question again?
A reason the company might not operate an SCR at Gent Unit 2 if it were built would be to, one advantage of that would be to save the variable costs, the reagent costs and other costs associated with operating the SCR.
Yeah, theoretically, that's a possibility, but also not operating the SCR leads to other operational issues, catalyst poisoning, et cetera,
Okay.
which come at a cost as well.
And we're going to talk about two good neighbors here, and I just want to be clear. There's a good neighbor provision of the statute of the Clean Air Act, right?
Yes.
And then there's also a good neighbor plan, which is a federal implementation plan that happens to have the same name,
I'm
right?
familiar with, well, not the same, yeah. Similar names.
Okay.
I understand both constructs that you're discussing.
Okay, and so I want to ask you about the Good Neighbor Plan, the federal implementation plan. The 2023 Good Neighbor Plan is one of the environmental regulations driving the company's plan to retrofit Gent Unit 2 with an SCR, isn't that right?
Conceptually, I will answer that yes. Ultimately, it is the EPA's obligation to drive attainment of the 2015 ozone standard. The 2015 ozone standard that was reaffirmed by the Trump administration in 2020. That needs to be revised again, not revised, but reviewed again in 2025. It's a 5-year cycle, right? The overall constructs, as Mr. Beller noted the other day, of the ozone NAAQS leads to the need of an SCR at Gent.
Okay, and the Good Neighbor Plan was developed by the EPA under Joe Biden, when Administrator Regan was the commissioner under Joe Biden. In 2022, that was a convoluted question, let me try again. The Good Neighbor Plan was developed under the Biden administration, right?
Correct.
And it's not intended to directly address in-state ozone non-attainment, but rather to ensure that pollution from, in this instance, Kentucky, is not impacting the attainment of the ozone standard in other states. Isn't that right?
Yes, it is correct. It is a cross-state air pollution rule. Yes.
And you would agree that the Good Neighbor Plan no longer applies to Kentucky, right?
The Good Neighbor Plan, the specific term, Good Neighbor Plan, is stayed for the state of Kentucky.
And so it no longer applies, just to be clear, it no longer applies to Kentucky.
It does not apply, that specific construct for driving attainment to the 2015 standard does not apply to Kentucky today. That does not eliminate the EPA's obligation to drive attainments that you're talking about.
Okay, and the reason that the Good Neighbor, or one reason that the Good Neighbor Plan does not apply to Kentucky is because the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals vacated EPA's disapproval of the underlying Kentucky SIP. Isn't that right?
That is true.
And a SIP is a state implementation plan that states submit to EPA for approval, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me the Sixth Circuit decision occurred towards the end of last year, I believe in December 2024, is that right?
Subject to check. These things run together.
Yes. I think there's a reference to that case in your testimony.
Yes.
In light of the Sixth Circuit opinion, EPA no longer has legal authority under the Clean Air Act to impose the Good Neighbor Plan in Kentucky, at least at this time, isn't that right?
Yes, the answer to the question is yes. However, it does not eliminate the EPA's obligation to drive attainment to the ozone standard. Driving attainment of that ozone standard as it relates to Kentucky means reducing NOx in the state of Kentucky.
Okay.
With Gen 2 being probably the biggest coal-fired electric unit in the state without an SCR, without reasonably available control technology as noted earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Ember. And are you aware that Lee Zeldin is the administrator of the EPA now, isn't that right?
That is true.
And are you aware that the Zeldin EPA has announced its intention to reconsider the Good Neighbor Plan?
Yes,
Okay.
as of March 12th, the day of deregulation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Where did
And I will continue to answer that question a little bit more, actually. It is very clear that this administration is not picking up the 2015 standard and reassessing the 70 part per billion standard. Again, it was reaffirmed by the Trump administration in 2020. There's no plan to reduce or change the standard.
This is gonna be 3, the one on Tums. Yes. The press release would be 3, and the status report would be circle 4 if we get there. That's 3. Circle 4 if we move.
No worries, no worries. Thank you.
And you had said, Mr. Ember, that EPA announced the reconsideration of the rule on March 12th, I believe. You had that date at your disposal. I was impressed. Have you seen, I handed you a printout of the March 12th Trump EPA announcement about the Good Neighbor Plan. Have you seen this before?
I recall skimming pretty much all 31 of the announcements that day, so yes, I recall this.
Okay, so let's just go to the very last sentence of on the second page. They say, well, first of all, it's correct that they've announced they intend to reconsider the Good Neighbor Plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of the way they're going to approach that, let's take a look at the very last sentence of this statement. Is it,
I'm sorry, where are you exactly again?
I'm reading this, I'm going to read this sentence. While accomplishing EPA's core mission of protecting the environment, which you had been alluding to, the agency is committed to fulfilling Trump's promise to unleash American energy, lower costs for Americans, revitalize the American auto industry, restore the rule of law, and give power back to states to make their own decisions. Did I read that correctly?
You read the words on the page, yes.
Okay. And am I too cynical to think that they're essentially announcing that they intend to roll back the Good Neighbor Plan and loosen regulations on interstate ozone transport? Isn't that essentially what they're indicating?
That's an interesting evaluation, and I don't disagree with it, but I will extend my answer there. So the Good Neighbor Plan was overreach, by all means. There's no question that the backstop limit led to command control, that bank recalibrations eliminated the ability of the trading program to actually be an effective trading program. So in reality, yes, the Zeldin administration and the EPA administration recognize the aspects of the Good Neighbor Plan that are illegal. Now, that being said, the EPA has been clear that they are going to continue to provide clean air, clean water, et cetera. All of the executive orders, all of the statements, and I think it says in here specifically about, let's see here, they said something in here about clean air in this, if I remember correctly, but I mean, I won't go back and reread it. But I will note, the EPA also understands its obligation for driving attainments to the standards. That standard leads to, as we talked about a little bit ago, the potential for serious non-attainments, and those are due by 2026. Controls related to attainment are due by 2026. No one debates those aspects of the Clean Air Act and the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And the fact that SCR is reasonably available control technology for large coal-fired electric generating units. It's clear, at least in 6 states, that RACT is defined as so.
And when you refer to those deadlines that everyone agrees to, you're referring to the Good Neighbor Plan deadlines, right?
No, I'm referring to the attainment deadlines of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for ozone. And as that process progresses, a cross-state air pollution rule, like the Good Neighbor Plan, needs to be implemented. The EPA is delinquent, and the litigation has led them to be delinquent with respect to implementing a legal cross-state air pollution rule.
Okay, and so, well, one more question about the document, and then I'll address that theory. When the Zeldin-Trump EPA is saying they intend to restore the law, it's clear that they think, I mean, they agree with you that the Good Neighbor Plan was overly stringent on Kentucky and other states, and they intend to loosen those regulatory requirements. That's fairly clear, right?
I think you're speculating as to the extent of that deregulation.
Okay. And then you had said there are certain deadlines to attain standards, and let's talk about that. Okay, so the 2015 ozone NAAQS was promulgated in the year 2015, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The latest ozone, the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for ozone, the most current one was promulgated in the year 2015, right?
It was promulgated in 2015 and reaffirmed by the Trump administration in 2020.
And promulgation of that standard triggers a bunch of regulatory obligations by states and by EPA by certain dates, right?
All true.
And those are the dates that you're referring to for this deadline for an SCR at certain units,
The
right?
attainment dates with respect to the ambient air standards across the country, yes.
Yeah. And the NACs, including the 2015 ozone NACs, are not self-implementing on a source, right?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna get a drink. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure, the NACs don't implement themselves, right? They're
Right.
not self-implementing, right?
And well, I guess I'm not understanding exactly what you mean.
They only become binding on a polluter, a generating unit, if a state implementation plan or a federal implementation plan imposes requirements on them, on a unit, right?
That's all true, yes.
So there may be a deadline, but EPA, whether EPA doesn't meet the deadline or not, is of no consequence to a particular unit unless there's a SIP or a FIP that requires pollution reductions, right?
Or a Section 126 petition, or a NOx SIP call, or lots of things that lead to the potential for technology to be installed. We were here years ago and got approval for the Gent 2 SCR in a proceeding back in 2006 or whatever it was. We've successfully operated our fleet in compliance with the overall NOx trading program at a lower cost to the ratepayers than installing that SCR back there by over-controlling all of our other units. We are now at a point where it makes sense to install this SCR.
So let's go through each of those regulatory means by which an SCR could actually become binding on Gent Unit 2. So first of all, the SIP that the Commonwealth of Kentucky prepared as a response to the 2015 ozone NACs, which the Biden EPA rejected, that SIP does not require a CR on Gent Unit 2, correct?
That is true. I will also go on to say that very few of our units in our fleet require SCR, meaning very few of our units have a short-term NOx emission rate in our Title V permits that require the operation of an SCR.
But just for clarity of the record, the Kentucky SIP, the state implementation plan, under the 2015 ozone NACs does not require a SCR at Gent Unit 2, right?
The proposed SIP, you said?
The one that Kentucky submitted to US EPA, I believe in 2021 or 2022, and that was then rejected by the Biden EPA in 2023. I'm referring to that SIP that was prepared as a response to the promulgation of the 2015 ozone NACs. That Commonwealth of Kentucky SIP does not require a SCR Gent Unit 2, right?
No, it does not,
Okay.
nor does the existing SIP that is in effect today require SCR at any of our units. It requires us to meet the trading program. And that trading program leads to what Mr. Wilson determines is cost-effective utilization of SCR on most of the units, really should be all of the units in our fleet today.
Your Honor, I would kindly ask for an instruction that the witness answer the questions posed, and if he wants to add other, I think we should allow some other explanation for context, but when the answer is clearly a yes or no one, he can just answer it, and then, otherwise we'll be here a long time, which is fine with me, but I think we could have a more productive hearing if the witness were instructed to answer the questions, and then if his counsel would like to have other information come into the record, they could, of course, ask him some questions.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Mr. Ember is answering the questions asked, and he's providing additional context as it may not be a simple yes or no question, an appropriate response for him. So we would ask that he continue to be able to answer the questions asked as.
I don't tend to limit people to yes or no, but, I mean, excessive elaboration, not necessarily, but I'm not gonna limit.
Okay, let's make this as simple as possible. The document that Kentucky submitted to US EPA, which was labeled a state implementation plan under the 2015 ozone NAAQS, did not require an SCR for Gent Unit 2, right?
Again, I'm gonna say, yes, the SIP does not specifically require SCR controls, nor does it require SCR controls on most of the units in our fleet. But we have them so that we can comply with the overall constructs of the CASPER programming under the Good Neighbor provisions of the Clean Air Act.
And in light of the Sixth Circuit opinion, US EPA could not implement a FIP for Kentucky under this ozone standard without rejecting the Kentucky state plan, isn't that right?
A SIP denial was necessary for a FIP implementation. I think that's what you were asking about. Is that correct?
Right, and since the Biden EPA's rejection of the Kentucky SIP that we've been talking about has been vacated by the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, it's no longer legally valid. That means EPA could no longer implement a FIP for Kentucky without rejecting that SIP again, essentially. Is that fair?
From a short-term basis, yes, that SIP needs to be denied for a FIP to be put in place.
And are you aware, is PBL Corporation a party to the Good Neighbor Plan litigation pending in the DC Circuit right now?
Oh, man, I haven't thought about it recently. I don't recall if we were a named party specifically. Subject check, I'd have to look back.
Do you recall if you were a member of a trade group that was in that litigation? And I would just represent that the lead plaintiffs in that case were the state of Utah and US Steel Corporation. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, I'm familiar with the case.
Okay.
I don't recall, I mean, I'd have to know the named entities to
Are you-
remind myself.
I'm sorry. Are you finished, or did you finish your answer?
Yeah, okay.
Were you aware that the Zeldin EPA filed a status report on July 14th, indicating their plans for that litigation?
No,
Okay. Are you aware that the Zeldin EPA has announced a plan to reconsider their SIP disapproval decisions that were made by the Reagan EPA?
yes, I'm aware.
And so it's possible that the Zeldin EPA might approve the Kentucky state plan, isn't it?
It's speculative.
But I'm asking you to speculate. Isn't it possible that they might approve it?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, and so you mentioned Section 126 petitions as a possible path at which, path is my word, but a possible means for an SCR to become binding on Gent Unit 2, right?
Yes,
And Section 126 refers to a provision of the Clean Air Act, isn't that right?
yes,
And that part of the Clean Air Act allows states or subdivisions of states, like a city or a county, to petition US EPA for pollution reductions from a source that the city or county believe is impacting non-attainment of an air quality standard in that other city or county. Is that your understanding?
yes,
And the decider of such a Section 126 petition is US EPA, right?
yes.
And so, let's see, so if the state of Maryland, say, or New York, some of the states that have historically been concerned about pollution from Kentucky, chose to file such a Section 126 petition, they would still have to convince the same Zeldin EPA to impose an SCR on Gent Unit 2, right?
Yes?
And you would agree with me that it's pretty speculative that first, that they would file one, second, that EPA would grant it, and third, that EPA would then impose an SCR. I mean, there's a lot of steps that would have to happen for that to come to pass, right?
Yes, it's speculative. And I'll also note that the Trump administration won't be here forever, that the EPA is delinquent in addressing the 2015 standards, and that at any time, a very accelerated implementation could be put in place, and the EPA has a history of not giving adequate time to install controls. So now is the time to install a Gent 2 SCR.
Okay, and so you're saying that maybe there will be a different president elected in November of 2028, that person would be inaugurated in January of 2029, they'd have a different approach to ozone non-attainment, and maybe sometime in 2030, they would promulgate a regulation that would require you to install an SCR. That's the company's case for an SCR?
No. There are lots of paths that get you to an SCR. Mr. Wilson, as we've heard in this testimony, thinks that Gent 2 is an important unit for achieving our obligation to serve. If it's an important unit to achieve our obligation to serve, it's prudent for us to install an SCR so that it's available annually, particularly in the ozone season.
And you had mentioned, I think the only other path that you mentioned that we haven't addressed is a SIP call, or another path to get to, another path by which an SCR could be binding on Gent Unit 2 would be a hypothetical SIP call, isn't that right?
It is a path.
And would you agree with me that the entity that can do a SIP call is the US EPA? Isn't that right?
Yes.
And so essentially all paths to an SCR lead through the Zeldin EPA. Isn't that right?
Today, all paths of an SCR lead through the Zeldin EPA, could come through Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District as well. But yes.
Okay, and Gent Unit 2 is not located in the Jefferson County non-attainment area, right?
No, but it could be a contributing factor.
Do you believe that Gent Unit 2 contributes to non-attainment in Jefferson County?
I've not evaluated that specifically.
Okay, and so you're speculating that maybe there would be air modeling to show that Gent Unit 2 contributes to the moderate non-attainment area in Jefferson County. Is that what your testimony is?
Can you say that again, please?
You don't have any evidence to support the idea that Gent Unit 2 contributes to non-attainment in the Jefferson County non-attainment area, right?
I've not put anything into the record, no.
Do you have any evidence otherwise that's not in the record?
I have not evaluated the modeling in a long time, so the answer is no.
Okay. And the only way a citizen or an environmental group through a citizen suit could drive an SCR requirement would be through a new source review lawsuit, right?
Say a citizen?
The term the Clean Air Act uses
Yeah.
for a person
No, yeah,
is
no,
a
yeah,
citizen.
no, I understand. Yeah, I just want to make sure, yes, yes.
Yes. And to bring such a suit, a citizen would have to show that the company's made a major modification at Gent Unit 2 that increased, in this instance, emissions of nitrogen oxides, right?
Sure, yes.
And do you believe the company has violated that standard?
At Gent Unit 2?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Just one further question, or one area. In your direct testimony, and I think earlier this morning when you were talking to Mr. Gary, you mentioned the work of the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. Do you recall that part of your testimony and that discussion?
This morning, or today?
Let me rephrase. In your testimony, you attach as your Exhibit 1, a June 2023 Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee report.
Yes,
Is that
I'm
right?
familiar with that specifically.
And that committee provides scientific and public health advice to EPA, right? Isn't that right?
That is true.
Okay. And you attach a report from 2023 that committee produced showing that the 70 parts per, is it parts per billion or parts per million? I believe it's billion, right?
With a B.
With a B. That the 70 parts per billion standard should be lowered when they do this 5-year review that I believe you did mention with Mr. Gary earlier.
Yeah, this KSAC report does suggest lowering the standard. It is true.
And are you aware that the members, the clients of the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee were fired by Lee Zeldin?
They've been released subsequent to the filing of this.
And would you agree with me that that indicates that Mr. Zeldin is likely not happy with the work that that committee has done?
I will acknowledge yes to that answer, and I will add to it that there's been no campaign rhetoric of the Trump administration, no executive orders in this administration. There's been no administrative actions in this administration that lead environmental professionals to believe that the 70 part per billion standard is at any risk whatsoever. The 70 part per billion standard that drives the need for SCR at Gent 2 because of the impacts to the state of Kentucky.
And as we've covered, every path for that standard to be implemented at Gent Unit 2 goes through Lee Zeldin's office, essentially.
I agree with what you're saying as it goes to Lee Zeldin's office. I do not agree with your assertion that the EPA does not believe in clean air, does not believe in reasonably available control technology, and the need to attain the standards.
Your Honor, I would move to admit the Sierra Club 3, the press release. He indicated some knowledge of the document. I think he even knew the date of it before I had shown the document. I think it's relevant to this case because it tends to show the intentions of the Zeldin administration. And I will decline to move to admit the other document, which I don't believe Mr. Zeldin had seen before.
No objection to the admission of Exhibit 3.
All right, will that be admitted?
And with that, thank you, Mr. Ember, and thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Ember. Just a couple follow-ups here, and in trying to follow the conversation that you've had with Joint Interveners in Sierra Club, I just want to just get a brass tacks understanding of what it looks like today on the ground. Is Gent 2, which currently operates without an SCR, available to serve load during the ozone season?
Yes.
Is Mill Creek 2, operating without an SCR, currently available to serve load during the ozone season?
Yes.
The agreement with the Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control Board, or the LMAPCD, I apologize.
No worries.
You had mentioned, so if we go back to case number 22402, in which Mill Creek 5 was approved and the closure of Mill Creek 1 and 2 were approved, there was some discussion in that case about Mill Creek 1 and 2 closing and therefore offsetting the emissions from Mill Creek 5, and therefore there wasn't going to need to be a change to the Title V air permit at that time. With the consideration and with the stipulation here, and again, I know we've discussed a lot of this, I'm just trying to get in the record just some basic just understanding here. With the Mill Creek 5 going into service in 27, the opportunity for Mill Creek 2 to remain open through at least 31. I'm not sure that the stipulation includes a definite closure date. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what has to change for that agreement with the LMAPCD to allow Mill Creek 2 to operate between 27 and 31?
So with Louisville Metro, or LMAPCD, we will have to revise our construction Title V air permit to strike the references to the retirement in 2027 of Mill Creek Unit 2. We will have to revise the RACT plan for our impact of the RACT plan in Jefferson County. So that'll have to be updated because with this project, we updated the RACT plan for Mill Creek 5, some ancillary emitting units related to Mill Creek 5, and the removal of 1 and 2. So we need to address the RACT plan. Those are the two things that come to mind specifically for APCD to address.
You had mentioned earlier about a termination clause that was triggered with regard to Mill Creek 2 and Mill Creek 5. Can you just explain a little more what that
In the
is?
agreed board order
In the
you're
agreed board
referencing?
order, yes.
So when we signed our last agreed board order, we made it fairly open-ended because we were doing it on an annual basis, and to save ourselves the trouble, we went ahead and made it a longer-term agreement, and we agreed to a termination that when either units 1 or 2 retired, that the 15-ton per day limit would be eliminated. And the primary reason for that is the operations of Mill Creek with just the 3 units.
Can you just tell me which 3 units? So I apologize.
Well,
I just
units
wanna make
3,
sure.
I'm sorry, units 3, units 4, and either Mill Creek 1 or 2
Okay.
would generally not be over 15 tons per day.
Okay, and so therefore the agreement between you and the board was that because they wouldn't exceed that in any given day, that there was no reason for that stipulation?
Because we would operate in that range of 15 tons a day, not much larger, then yes.
Oh, so it was a voluntary curtailment of sorts?
Well, the agreement was a voluntary curtailment to 15. With all 4 units, we would generally operate much higher than 15. With just 3 units, we would operate possibly in the range of 15. I wouldn't say we stay under 15 exactly every day right this second, but we're in the range of 15.
How will Mill Creek 5 impact that sort of range there, right? If 15 seems to be that operative term, if you're then including 2, or if you're remaining 2 and then including 5, how will that impact?
I haven't done the calculations. What goes into my mind is a unit like Mill Creek 2 puts out about 1,500 tons of NOx during the ozone season, and a unit like Mill Creek 5 would put out during the ozone season like 50 or 60. So I mean, there's a huge difference. So on a daily basis, we're talking about decimal places probably.
Okay.
In that. So, 15 to 16 or whatever. I mean, in relation to that 15, I'm talking about decimal places with the operation of Mill Creek 5. Does that make sense? I'm feeling like I'm vamping.
No.
Apologies.
I mean, some of this is the inartful way that I'm asking the question. I think I wasn't trying to understand the scope of the difference, right? So like what that delta was between 15 and then adding in how big of a difference that would be.
Yeah.
Is that a really hard thing to calculate?
No, it would post data request. I should have just said
Sure, I mean,
asking
if we
them to post
just
that.
want a number,
Yeah, I should
yeah.
have just asked. Yeah.
Just so that we can understand the magnitude of the difference with the 4 units, I suppose, then that would run, which would be 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right. For the air permit that you'll revise, that'll be with LMAPCD. That won't be just with the US EPA. That'll be an agreement. That air permit will actually be in some way monitored by the LMAPCD for Mill Creek.
Yeah, the application process is through APCD, correct? Yes.
Have you started that process? I know we just started talking about the extension of 2.
For Mill Creek 5? Or, I wanna
No,
make
for
sure I'm
6.
answering- Oh, for
For
6,
6.
yes, I'm sorry. For Mill Creek 6, we've applied to Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District. Our application for Mill Creek 6 went in back in, I want to say March, the middle of March.
Okay. Do you have an expectation of when that process will be completed?
I'll say here 18 months. That's about what it took for the Mill Creek 5 permit.
And if the extension of Mill Creek 2, as contemplated in the stipulation, is agreed, will you have to revise that application that you currently have?
We will not be revising the Mill Creek 6 application, no.
Okay.
We would
It
be
will just be
revising
the-
the Mill Creek 5 construction permit.
Okay, that's. Does any of the permitting change if the unit Mill Creek 2 stays open beyond 31? Are there additional permitting considerations you would need to do for Mill Creek at that point? Because then you would have 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 operational.
Yes.
Will that change
We
the-
would, we would have to change our permit application for Mill Creek 6.
Okay, but only if 2 remains open.
In our
Or
permit
operational.
application for Mill Creek 6, we have a request to retire Mill Creek 2, and we will be using emissions reductions from Mill Creek 2 as part of the permit.
That application, that's in the record, correct?
I believe it is.
Should be. I will look through that. So that includes also an application for, the only reason I'm asking is you just said that you had an application for the closure of Mill Creek 2 in your application for Mill Creek 6. I just want to make sure I understand that right. I would have thought it would be in the one for Mill Creek 5.
It's in both.
It's in both, okay. And the reason it is in both is because,
At the time of Mill Creek 5, the planning said we were going to retire Mill Creek 1 and
right.
2, so we implemented that in the permit application at the time. The difference now is Mr. Wilson's planning says we're going to operate Mill Creek 2 longer, and we'll use the emission reductions related to that retirement in our Mill Creek 6 PSD calculations. I'll stop there. If you want to ask questions about that, that's fine.
no, I just wanted to get an appreciation of the timeline. I think that'll be all my questions, actually, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Ember.
No questions.
Commissioner Rickey?
Just one quick question. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are there any known environmental justice concerns within the proximity of the plant site?
Which plant site specifically? Mill Creek?
Yeah.
So, if I recall, I ran an analysis for environmental justice using what is no longer available, the CEQ's Center for Environment, CEQ, I'm sorry, I'm using acronyms and I don't remember it exactly. Their environmental justice tool, it's a federal tool. Mill Creek, if I recall correctly, was identified, that area was identified as having an environmental justice issue for indoor plumbing, I think, and for, I'm drawing a blank, but it was, it was in the record for the previous CPCN, but the Mill Creek 5 CPCN. But the answer is yes, there was but not related to our operations. They were not related to our operations.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have any questions. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Let's take a short break. Maybe just 10 minutes. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Sorry.
Sorry, what was that?
Any reason this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chamber.
Thank you.
And let's try. All right, now we're back on the record. Case number 2025-00045, and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Lana Isaacson.
Ms. Isaacson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Full name and business address.
Sure. Lana Isaacson at 820 West Broadway in Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Counsel?
Good morning, Ms. Isaacson.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed and what is your job title?
LG&E and KU, and my title is Manager of Energy Efficiency Programs.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you adopt and affirm your rebuttal testimony and also those responses as your testimony here today?
I do.
The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney General's Office? KAUC?
No questions.
And Kentucky Coal Association? SREA?
No question.
Cities? And joint interveners?
Yes, questions, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Isaacson.
Good morning.
My name is Cassandra McCrae. I have a few lines of questions to talk through with you this morning on behalf of the joint interveners, which I'm sure you know here includes Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition. We've talked before, so you know that I do need reminders to speak up. Please don't hesitate.
You are a little bit quiet.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah.
okay to speak up a little bit.
I will take that reminder, thank you, and keep them coming.
Okay.
And if there's anything unclear you'd like me to clarify or point you to a reference,
Okay.
I'd be happy to do that. So if we could just start, if you could explain a bit more about your role and responsibilities with respect to the company's DSM stakeholder group in light of your role as the manager of energy efficiency.
Just specific to the stakeholder group?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my team and I participate in working with my supervisor on getting the information planned, getting topics, working with the stakeholders on available dates, and then participating in the meetings as well.
And can you unpack for me who is on your team?
As far as names,
Yes.
it's Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Hayden, Mr. Bencomo, and Ms. Trout.
So you are the direct supervisor for each of those 4 staff members?
Mr. Kennedy is my direct supervisor.
Oh, thank you. That was going to be my next question. So your team includes your supervisor, yourself, and then 3 gentlemen who you are the direct supervisor of.
2 gentlemen and 1 woman, and those are the 3 that are participating in specifically the advisory group.
Excuse me. Thank you. And so within that team, who's responsible for running a DSM stakeholder meeting?
Running as in like facilitator?
Yes.
Mr. Kennedy would be the facilitator. He is new to the team, so he has not facilitated a meeting yet, but it's that position that has been the facilitator.
He's up next.
He's away.
He's got next. Yeah, he will be the person
Oh, yes,
facilitating.
yes,
the
thank
next
you.
stakeholder.
Sorry, I didn't hear the next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will speak up.
No, you're fine. Thanks.
And so who on your team makes decisions about when to convene a DSM stakeholder meeting?
It's probably a little bit of a collaboration. We certainly want to be sensitive to the stakeholders' time and make sure that it's topical. We always look for their feedback on, is there a topic that we need? We have our online submission form for any ideas that can be submitted. We're always open for phone calls. So it doesn't always have to be a meeting for us to engage, and really we don't want that. The meeting is kind of the collaboration all coming together, but really the group is about the ideas and the exchange and the experience of those on the group.
Let me just jump ahead there, because I was going to ask you about that. It is not just the 4 organizations comprising joint interveners in this proceeding who are active participants in your DSM stakeholder group, right?
That's correct. I think I don't know the number of organizations off the top of my head, but I think people, it's about 30-ish,
Okay.
subject to check.
And that would include folks like the Attorney General's office?
Correct.
Okay. It would include folks associated with Louisville, Lexington, metro governments?
That is correct.
It includes, well, can you give me a few more specific examples of?
Yeah, I probably won't have all their organizations exactly memorized, but Kentucky Interfaith and Light, perhaps, is the right name. Kentucky Energy or Society for Solar, maybe. I'm not entirely sure on exact entity names at this moment. We've got Metro House, well, no, that's part of joint interveners, so the 4 groups. I can't recall any others, but there's a diverse group that is welcome and represented.
And across these groups, you do feel like you have a diverse range of perspectives that get brought into the stakeholders meeting space.
Certainly, and it's from all avenues. It's all customers are represented. Walmart is another one that I failed to mention. And then last year, of course, we have 2 meetings. One is residential focused and one is commercial and industrial. So there's often a little overlap of the attendees, but I think there's good representation across the board.
Okay, thank you. Do you yourself typically participate in the stakeholder meetings, Ms. Isaacson?
I do.
And I appreciate that you told me before that generally the decision of when to convene a stakeholder meeting is something that's a broader discussion. Is there an ultimate decision maker who you could identify?
Well, Mr. Kennedy as the facilitator would be the ultimate decision.
Okay. Would you make a recommendation to him in terms of whether or not a stakeholder meeting should be convened?
There would be times that could be appropriate.
Is it possible that other folks on your team, like John Hayden, would also be in conversation with you as his supervisor or Mr. Kennedy about a recommendation of whether or not a stakeholder meeting should be convened?
Certainly.
Can we turn to your rebuttal testimony? There's a section that begins at the top of page 5.
Okay.
And then I would call your attention particularly to the third and final question and answer that begins on the bottom of page 5 and continues on to page 6. If you'd just like to take a moment.
Okay, starting with row 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm ready when you are, sorry.
No apology necessary. Thank you. So on line 19, your response identifies only one new idea in Mr. Iden's testimony, deep energy retrofits for multifamily properties. Is it still your view today that Mr. Iden's testimony presents only one new idea?
Yes.
Okay. And then as this response continues onto page 6, in the first full paragraph there, beginning more broadly, you express disappointment that the joint interveners would first raise this suggestion in this setting. That continues to to be your sentiment, you're disappointed that the joint interveners raised what you believe is that one new idea in this setting?
Yes, the disappointment is that this had not been presented previously through prior meetings or the submission form or calling us directly. That certainly is a very prudent way to do it, to allow us to have dialogue and to prepare anything, perhaps consider it as a pilot, future program. So that's the nature of that comment.
Are you aware of any requirement in the context of proceedings like this before the Public Service Commission, any prerequisite that the companies need to be given an idea in advance of a proceeding?
No, certainly no requirement that I'm aware of. I just think as far as a collaborative group, then it certainly behooves us to have good dialogue and make sure that we are sharing on something that we already took a very large program starting in 2024. Any new ideas, we really would welcome the opportunity to dig into it, unpack it, see how it could fit. So that's the desire, is to increase that dialogue and not save it for a setting such as this.
I see. And I do appreciate that there is no proposal as part of this proceeding for demand-side management and energy efficiency plans. Just something that need to discuss since it was brought forward in your rebuttal testimony. As part of your rebuttal testimony, you have not provided any meeting minutes or notes from DSM stakeholder meetings since the 2022, or just there. You have not presented any DSM stakeholder meeting minutes as part of your rebuttal?
As part of the rebuttal, that is correct.
Your Honor, may we approach? Colleague Mr. Gary is going to share a document with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. We would just remark them.
So, Ms. Isaacson, do you recall the last occasion when the companies convened a DSM stakeholder meeting?
Yeah, but we had 4 meetings. Now, the 4 is residential, commercial, industrial. So we had 4 meetings in 2024.
Do you recall approximately when?
The 2 in June, I don't recall the exact dates, and then I believe the other 2 were in July.
Okay. The document that I've put in front of you, it appears to be an email thread involving Mr. John Hayden. Would that be the same John Hayden that we were discussing further, who you directly supervise?
Correct.
And it appears that this is an email that he sent, is involved in this thread roughly a year ago, on August 7, 2024. At the time, do you recall Mr. Hayden alerting you to a request for an additional DSM stakeholder meeting?
I don't, I mean, I'm not on this email, but as far as any discussions, he probably, I don't recall exact conversation, but before responding, probably just affirmed with either me or the director at the time if we had a meeting planned.
And so the ultimate outcome reflected here in this email, where there would be no further DSM stakeholder meetings, that would have come through you and/or the director at the time for the programs.
You're referring to his response saying we don't have one planned at this time?
Yes, that Mr. Hayden would not have sent that without your knowledge, without the knowledge of the then director.
Yeah, I am sure we discussed it and came to that conclusion, which would be true. I mean, we had just come off of a July meeting, and we didn't have anything planned at that time.
But you did receive a request from a stakeholder to convene the full group of stakeholders.
Well, it's not expressly a request to meet. It's saying, do we have a date? And vaguely remembering that there was something in August. One could read this as just making sure the calendars are okay. I don't see a specific topic, but again, if there is a explicit desire for a meeting, I don't believe this explicitly says, can we have one? It's just, is there one planned? And there's the phone calls, we'd love for a reach out, we'd love for any dialogue or, perhaps a little bit of follow-up if there was something that we needed to meet on.
Did you direct John Hayden, or did you yourself, after receiving this request, initiate any dialogue with Metropolitan Housing Coalition?
Mr. Hayden had conversations with Ms. Pierce and Mr. Curtis. I don't remember when, but they had some questions on the online submittal form. So I don't know the timing of when that occurred. I wouldn't be able to tell you without asking him.
Okay. Have the companies established or communicated to members of the stakeholder group that a request to convene a stakeholder meeting needs to include specific information?
I believe when we were talking about the online submittal, that at the time, the director at the time indicated that we have this new form, and then certainly we are here to have any discussions. Let's share the exact words or when that may have occurred. I don't recall.
It would need to be something more than what you see reflected in this email thread, though, because if I understood your testimony correctly, you would not read this email thread as to actually constitute a request to convene the stakeholder group, if it weren't already planned.
Yeah, I personally don't read it that way.
But you do believe there is an ability, even if the company does not have a planned stakeholder meeting, that it might convene one?
Sure, if there is a reason for us to get together, whether we've had a meeting or not, we certainly want to get the group together where there's a reason to do so.
And then, if I could also direct your attention not just to the first email initiating this chain, but also the final email. As I read the third sentence, it states, "Can we go ahead and get that scheduled? The advisory group is looking forward to further discussing the DSM programs in depth." Just to be perfectly clear, you don't read that as a request to convene the advisory group?
I was referring to her initial email, and then I don't believe I've seen anything until today on the response.
If we were to put in a post-hearing data request asking you whether there had ever been a response to Ms. Pierce's August 7, 2024 email, is that something that you'd be able to check outgoing messages and confirm whether or not there was ever a response to the final message represented here?
I think that's fine for a post-hearing data request. The other part could have been a follow-up phone call. So that, certainly wouldn't be anything on anything in writing.
You don't log phone calls or communications with members of your advisory group?
No.
Do you take notes of phone calls with members of your advisory group?
No, do not.
There's no documentation of phone conversations with companies about the DSM advisory group?
No.
Okay. I don't intend to introduce this as an exhibit, since I believe I understood that you hadn't directly seen this email thread through Mr. Hayden, and appreciate that the responses you gave me would, in the context of your knowledge. So we can set this aside.
Okay.
If we could flip back to page 2.
Oh, goodness.
Well, power.
Oh. We don't serve
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Who's the utility server for this?
It's the plant board, isn't it?
All the way
That was
down.
pretty good, though. It's been a full minute.
Probably good time. We can take a little break until she comes back.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just make an executive, we'll take a little break while she's
Thank you. Yeah.
stand up.
I talked to Jason, that was amazing.
We are looking at
Yes, just until.
Yep. All right. And virtual.
I'm on the chair. Totally fine. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's totally fine.
I say it's fine.
Double check.
Yeah. All right.
Your Honor, sorry, I believe Commissioner Wood stepped away for a moment.
Thank you
Just-
for bringing it to my
you can
attention.
see that, but I just wanted, sorry.
Please.
We'll take a break while you're gone, sorry.
You unchained Commissioner Wood?
Yeah.
All right, I do think we're still on the record. We had a bit of excitement with a little power outage there. I don't think we're under attack or anything. My knowledge. All right, we're good, Candace, as far as you can tell? No. And where were we?
Your Honor.
We all woke up. No one,
This is exciting. Yeah, I think I just asked you to turn back to page 2 of your rebuttal testimony. And again, I was interested in the final question on that page.
Again, on row 18.
Yes.
Okay.
With the answer continuing onto page 3.
Okay.
I might have also mentioned the answer directly preceding that. If you'd like to review that as well.
Okay.
Okay. So my understanding of this testimony is it's an exchange regarding the California Standard Practice Manual on one hand and the NSPM, the National Standard Practice Manual, on the other. Is that a fair characterization of the subject matter here?
That's correct. Mhm.
Okay. And the California manual was developed in 1983 originally for the purpose of evaluating demand-side management and energy efficiency programs of the regulated utilities in California. Is that your understanding?
In the 80s, I'll trust you on the 83.
And there was, since at least the 1988 version of the California Standard Practice Manual, it has included 4 traditional, now called traditional tests for DSM cost effectiveness, right?
Correct.
That, since at least that 1988 version, that has included the 4 traditional tests and also discussion of societal tests, right?
Again, I don't know exact dates, but if that's what the information shows, then I will have to trust you on that, subject to me checking personally.
Okay. Yeah, the thing I'm driving at is less the date, more that The social test is addressed within the California manual. There's another thing in the National Standard Practice Manual that also uses similar language. But the societal test exists in the California manual, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And it is not separate from the 4 tests. It is a variant of the total resource cost test, right?
That is correct.
If we could turn next, back to page 6. Sorry for the jump around.
Okay. Row 18.
For the final question beginning on page 6 at line 19 and continuing on to page 7.
Okay. Starting with, just to be sure, have the companies recently attempted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let me get to page 7. Only that first question?
Yes.
Or that question?
Oh, the full answer to that question.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Okay. And so at the top of page 7, the final sentence in your response notes, however, the joint interveners opposed that proposal, meaning the proposal to expand WeCare income eligibility thresholds. And so eligibility remains at the 200% of the federal poverty level threshold. Did I read that right?
It is correct.
Okay. You recall that the Office of the Attorney General also disagreed with the company's proposal to modify eligibility for the WeCare programs by raising the income level, right?
I don't recall right now. I would have to go back and check that.
We can, just one moment, we could do that.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you have your computer.
Yeah. Shall we do brief?
In 402.
This one. 38. Okay. Let's start at the top, maybe just to show. Let me know when that makes it up.
Yeah, we've
It's
got
plugged
the-
in.
We have a document pulled up and plugged in to hopefully help refresh your recollection on this. We'll just, I don't know if you can, are you able to see it yet? No, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's not on, is it? Okay. there it
IT
is.
has such a sweet way of
I-
helping us.
Have you tried turning it off and on?
Yeah. I had to seek IT's help last week after I'd been traveling, and I tried everything to get my iPad to work, and he said, have you been on a plane recently? Is it maybe on airplane mode? Humbling, yes, please proceed. Although I don't see anything yet.
It is on, it does appear to have connected. There we go.
There you go.
And so it was referenced on the bottom of page 6 of your testimony, but all of this is a continuing discussion from cause number 2022-00402, right? Okay. And so the document that Mr. Gary has pulled up on the screen, you can see that he's accessed this through the Commission's website, psc.ky.gov, and the address continues. And you see that on the page, it appears to be a post-hearing brief of the Kentucky Attorney General in the case that we just identified before.
Okay, sure.
And, yeah, if we jump down to page, first, or second paragraph on page 38. If you'd like to take a moment and read that.
Okay. What's the if after all, if you don't mind scrolling?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And so if I were to read again directly from page 37, as my question actually had, the Attorney General did disagree with the company's proposal to modify eligibility for IQS programs by raising the income level to allow higher earning income customers to participate. Having the benefit of seeing the Attorney General's brief, do you agree now that I fairly represented that the Attorney General disagreed with the proposal to modify the income qualified programs?
I do, but the if after all seems to have a clause.
And the companies have not taken up this suggestion of if, after all, eligible customers at 200% of FPL observed, that you could go up to a higher level. That was not something that the companies adopted as part of their We Care plan, right?
No, we didn't adopt it because it wasn't in the order written that way.
Okay. Do you also recall that there was a comment filed in that proceeding by the Association of Community Ministries also addressing the proposal to expand income eligibility?
I remember a submittal. The details I do not recall.
Okay.
So,
We could help refresh your
Yep,
recollection
that would be
on that.
great.
So.
Oh, no,
Oh.
wrong one, sorry. Public comments.
While Mr. Gary's getting that up for us, are you generally familiar with the Association of Community Ministries?
I became so with the submittal of the document.
Okay. So here again, you can see that Mr. Gary's pulled up a filing directly from the psc.ky.gov webpage. Do you have any reason to doubt that this is a comment filing made in case number 2022-402 on behalf of Association of Community Ministries?
I do not have a reason to doubt.
Okay. And if we'll scroll down to the second paragraph on this page explaining who the Association of Community Ministries is. Take a moment and read that.
Okay.
And so, having taken a look back at how they identified themselves, you agree that the Association of Community Ministries is a nonprofit charitable corporation comprised of 13 independent community ministries?
That's correct. That's what it says.
And one of the activities that they're emphasizing here are the ways that each of those member ministries directly assists your ratepayers, whether they're having difficulty paying their utility bills or receiving disconnection notices. Does that sound familiar and a correct characterization of Association of Community Ministries activities?
It's what's stated in the notes, yes.
And I'm sorry, I think I may have misunderstood you before. I did take you to have some familiarity with Association of Community Ministries, based on having read this some years ago. So, do you not actually have personal familiarity with the Association of Community Ministries and their direct service activities within your territory?
No, familiarity is the extent of their submittal.
You haven't engaged in any direct dialogue with Association of Community Ministries?
Not that I'm aware of, unless there is another entity name or one of their members. The reference to payments, that is not anything that's under the energy efficiency team.
Sure. Let me let Mr. Byron.
Yeah, and
Mr. Gary.
that's all right. I'll respond to Mr. Byron. This sentence.
Yeah, so, yeah, if I could just direct your attention here, this is the second page of that same comment. Well, actually, the paragraph begins, as a longtime supporter of the company's existing low-income weatherization program, ACM supports the proposed continuation of We Care and addition of a whole building multifamily subcomponent. You recall that from their comment 3 years ago?
I recall it, reading it now. I really don't recall a lot of details, but just time has passed and
Time has passed, and this isn't
Yeah.
something that you directly followed up on with them.
I don't know the follow-up request. Are you saying there's something in here that,
Oh, no, no.
Okay.
No, on your own initiative, you have not followed up with them since receipt of this comment in the 2022-402 case.
I have not.
Okay. You have not directed any member of your team to continue having dialogue with them about the substance of their comment?
No, at the time of this coming in, at the time of the case, I did not have the same role that I have today. My role was planning and development. Today, I am planning, development, and delivery. So this may be something that the delivery team at the time followed up.
Okay. And so now, continuing that same paragraph, with the sentence that Mr. Gary has highlighted for us, is this refresh your recollection that the Association of Community Ministries in that prior CPCN case provided you with the feedback that the whole building multifamily subcomponent is an important part of the We Care program, as a large percentage of their clients live in multifamily housing? That's familiar to you now?
It reads that they are providing their support for a program that has subsequently been approved.
Okay. And in that final sentence, do you understand ACM to be communicating that there is greater need among low-income customers in the company's territory than the proposed increases of budget and participation goals?
Are we starting at further? Is that the part that you're
Yes.
suggesting that's what it indicates?
Yes.
As I read that, it's saying they believe that the proposed budget increases that were proposed, they are in support of that. That is giving their support for what we have put forth, because that is a brand-new program, and increased in budget, and we increased the budget of the single family as well. So that's how I read that statement.
And they supported that increase because the capacity of the program previously had not met the need, so far as they understood it from their experience.
I don't see where they are saying it didn't meet the need. I think how I read this is they're saying this will certainly be met because there are multiple customers who would benefit. But if you could point me to where I'm missing that language.
Oh, that's okay. Let's just switch to your direct knowledge. At the time of that proceeding, the companies had a a wait list of customers who did meet the income qualification thresholds, but could not be served under the existing budgets, right?
There may have been a wait list, but they were all served. Nobody was turned away from the We Care program. For those who qualified, if they qualified, they were served.
You're denying that you have a wait list of qualified people who within a single grant year, excuse me,
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Isaacson specifically said that there was a wait list, but all customers were served.
if I were to ask you for a post-hearing data request seeking documentation over the last 3 years of the number of customers who have been qualified by community action agencies or other implementers of your low-income weatherization program, and how many customers have actually received service in each year, is that information that the companies track and would be able to provide?
We have provided the participation numbers by year, so I'm not sure what else would be provided.
I'm asking not just the participation numbers, but also the number of customers that the implementing actors have identified as income qualified for receiving service.
What would be the outcome of such request? I'm not sure I'm following the request.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we both have our facts straight on, say, these numbers are coming out of thin air. My understanding of your testimony is if 100 people were qualified in a program year to be served by We Care, 100 people got served by We Care.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking, do you have documentation to support that? Because I suspect it might be the case that if 100 people were qualified, the budget may still have only allowed, say, totally thin air, 60 to be served. And so I'm just looking for, would the company maintain documentation, not just of participants, but also how many customers went through a qualification process within that same program year, so that we can compare the two?
I'm not sure we have the data you're looking for, because there was nobody left on the table that wasn't served. So I don't have a distinction to say, here's a list of customers who desired it, and a separate list, these are customers who weren't serviced.
Then how do you know that you served everyone who desired it?
There's an application, and to my knowledge, again, the delivery team would have overseen this. There were no customers who requested these services, met the eligibility, who were turned away. We may have had something in the 2022 case on this as well, but I am not aware of anybody remaining who submitted an application for services under We Care and who weren't subsequently serviced.
But you would track that information at the companies?
We would track that there is an application and the status of its services being rendered.
And if I were to ask for that in a post-hearing data request, you could put those facts into the record?
I believe so. I believe so. If you perhaps just be explicit on that, because I want to make sure it's meeting that request, since our belief is there's no customers who are waiting or who have been turned away.
We talk about this program as the We Care program. Here are income qualified. Am I right that this program is implemented in conjunction with the federal weatherization assistance program dollars available in the state of Kentucky and allocated to your counties that you serve?
Perhaps you can explain the in conjunction part.
Community action agencies are responsible for performing weatherization under the DOE's weatherization assistance program, right?
There are my understanding is that community action agencies receive funds. How those funds are distributed, there's the Kentucky Housing Corporation as well. How all of them receive funds, I don't know, but yes, some community action agencies, to my understanding, work with weatherization assistance program.
And you didn't try to reinvent that wheel do you not coordinate with community, for sake of example, understanding they're not the only ones that do this, community action agencies, when they have a WAP eligible household that they're going to provide weatherization services to, is it not possible that We Care dollars from the company sponsor program could supplement in that same project for that same customer, the weatherization services that can be paid for?
So I'll answer it in a way that I understand it to be the case. So, should a customer come through to Kentucky Housing Corporation or a community action agency and request and subsequently are eligible for weatherization assistance program dollars, that organization would determine their eligibility and determine the funds and go and solicit and complete their services. However, if there is, if they have a longer list on their side, then they also are aware of our program and can direct them to our program. So now, could a customer receive both programs? Certainly. We are not prohibiting somebody who has participated in the federally funded WAP program from participating in our program.
Thank you.
Is that?
Oh, and I agree, there is nothing that prevents both of those things being braided into serving one customer with one touch. I'd actually compliment you for that. Back up to something else you said. The community action agencies themselves may have wait lists that are not your wait list.
I have heard that that's the case in a conversation with a director.
Okay. In the 2022 CPCN, the companies were not able to answer questions about the number of customers in their service territory at or below 200% of FPL. Are you able to answer those questions now?
No, couldn't been and can't now.
Is the reason for that the companies do not track customer income information?
That is correct.
Is it also your understanding that the companies do not attempt to use any third-party data sources, for instance, the U.S. Census information, to estimate the number of customers in your service territory at or below really any income threshold?
That's my understanding. We do not on the energy efficiency team.
So because you don't know how many people are at or below 200% of federal poverty line, how are you able to know whether or not your program is reasonably sized to meet the need within your service territories?
Well, a couple of ways. You look at historical participation, and we did increase in 2022 to 4,590 because of the increase of 300% of federal poverty level, and then certainly broke off a whole new program specifically for renters. So if we take the total, we were at 4,000 as one program, income qualified program, and we increased it to, check my math, 5,390, 4,590 plus the 800. So historically, the participation levels, as we continue to increase it over the year, We Care has been around for a very long time. Very proud of this program and how we've been able to work together in the communities. So that has increased over time. Most recently, prior to 2022's case, was at 4,000. Those had been served, and in fact, in the last year of that program, exceeded that level. So history would suggest we can meet those numbers. Subsequently, in a recent conversation I had with Kentucky Housing Corporation, is our single-family numbers are down. Our multifamily program, we are going above target. Thrilled that this is landing and being well received. We've been trying to figure out why are the numbers declining in a period where it seems that there's need. The staff person with the Kentucky Housing Corporation shared that during that time where we've seen a decrease, they received IIJA funding. And they are able to meet the needs of all of their constituents. They have not needed to take them over to We Care. So, and they have not yet dipped into the IIJA dollars, which are extended through 2029. And those dollars, they're very excited that those are dollars that have been committed. So it's very difficult to understand what's committed, not committed with all of the federal changes. And they have the dollars. So through 2029, they feel very good about being able to service their customers. Thus, a large reason why we are not seeing the single-family numbers meeting our revised target.
Thank you, that's very interesting. Referrals through that agency are not the only way that customers become aware of your programs, are they?
Referrals to Kentucky Housing Corporation?
Referrals from Kentucky Housing
Oh.
Corporation to the company's DSM programs. That's not the only avenue that a customer would become aware of your programs.
No, I mean, just from our actions alone, I would like to think that our communication activities have been impactful.
Great, thank you. I think we can, from this, but thank you, that was very interesting. As the manager of energy efficiency programs, demand response programs would also be under your umbrella?
Correct.
Okay. And so it would be the responsibility of your team, may I just call them DSM team?
Sure.
Okay. Responsibility of the DSM team to research and stay abreast of demand response measures, I guess you could say?
Yeah, not just demand response, but any energy efficiency or demand response program or measure.
So a lifetime ago when Mr. Bevington was there, on Monday, we heard a fair amount from Mr. Bevington related to the interest of data center operators on in demand response or efficiency programs. Are you also a source of information? Is your team also a source of information to Mr. Bevington's team about data center operator interest and viability for demand response and energy efficiency programs?
What maybe unpack that a little bit. So
Yeah,
what,
we can do that. Does the DSM team communicate with Mr. Bevington's economic development team about your understanding through your research activities of the demand response and efficiency potential of large data center load?
we could be, I mean, we could provide some of that information now. However, Mr. Bevington, as he mentioned previously, was overseeing the energy efficiency program as part of the 2022 case, so he's very familiar with what we have to offer. But we can provide that, and he has familiarity himself.
Well, just to be clear, I intend to be asking you not just about programs or measures that are currently available through your program. I'm intending to ask you more broadly, too, about research of possibilities of, like, what are other utilities doing in the DSM space so that it's part of your continual improvement of your programs. Does your response change at all with that clarification?
I don't think so. Our business rebates program has a wonderful offering called Custom. And so within Custom, it's very open to any technology or customer action that demonstrates energy reduction falls into that category. So we don't have to have a specific industry-specific rebate because our business rebates program accounts for that. So should any type of industry come in, data centers, and want to engage with our programs, the Custom is likely where they would fall.
Continuing with your example of a custom program for a business customer, is the company's expectation that that customer would have a robust understanding of the efficiency and demand response potential of their load, or that that's something that the company's DSM team could also help the customer to identify?
Either scenario.
And one of the reasons that the company is able to help a customer identify what custom measures could go into their building at any time is because it is your responsibility to stay abreast of what's possible, right?
I don't think we need to, I think those are two different things. Staying abreast of what's possible from a demand-side management energy efficiency offering is different than providing support for what applies at their facility for energy reduction. So we, again, in the 2022 case, very happy to include engineering support as part of the business rebates program. So that service to any customer can help them understand what's possible based on their facility. It doesn't have to be a specific measure or program, or we need to have specific market research. The engineer would be unpacking with that customer what their facility looks like and what is perhaps inefficient versus not.
And I do apologize if we're just talking past each other, because I'm just trying to drive it. The engineer is able to do that because the engineer is up to date on like what the possible changes you can make within a building are. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they would have a sense of how energy is being used and is there an alternate option to discuss, either through dialogue with the customer or their personal knowledge.
All right. And as technologies and efficiencies and things like this change over time, what's possible changes over time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that is of interest and core responsibility of, a responsibility of the DSM team to be thinking about not just what's in your existing programs, but as time moves forward, what new possibilities you might consider?
For sure, as new measures or options, demand response and energy efficiency. Yep.
Are you doing that now with respect to possible large data center load?
When you say doing that now, what's the that?
Researching what's at the cutting edge of developing demand flexibility through demand response or energy efficiency for large load data center customers.
I don't have anything that suggests here is a very specific technology specific to a data center that drives us to take any different action. What we do look at is, and this is not just for data centers, but we look at what other utilities are doing, try to learn from those who have done something outside of what we may have not done, and could it fit with us. There are a couple of examples where there's data center specific offerings. We have prescriptive, custom. Prescriptive is single item, single amount. There are a couple of utilities who have called out a data center prescriptive, for lack of a better explanation. Most are still covering it through what we do, a custom. So, but that, to get into anything very specific to what may be a niche technology to a data center, we have not conducted that research.
What if it's not just a new or niche technology, but an application of existing technologies to this type of customer, this type of operation? That's something you research?
It could be research or with our business partner who's administering the program. I mean, we do rely on them to bring that engineering support. The engineering support is not through internal resources.
Right. You mentioned that you keep up with what other utilities are doing in this space. So you would know that AEP's I&M affiliate, just north of us here, has a demand response contract under review now with Google for hyperscale data centers that they've located in the state?
That I don't know that specific instance.
Did you know that Google also has a demand response contract for hyperscale facilities served by TVA?
No, I don't have those details.
You didn't, so part of the research into what other utilities are doing didn't include looking at I&M or a TVA?
It really, well, I don't recall all the utilities that have been looked at, but from a demand response standpoint, that we have a demand response offering for business customers. So, I mean, they certainly have the ability to participate under our existing program.
And you don't doubt that large data center companies can and do participate in demand response programs in other jurisdictions?
For sure, a large number of businesses do, a large variety, including data centers.
Have you called to Mr. Bevington's attention that this is something that he could mention in conversations with data centers, that it is possible?
I don't recall any explicit conversation on that, but I believe that he would be aware already. Now, what I believe we heard on Monday is that the data centers have certain criteria that they're looking at in locating a facility. It doesn't start with energy efficiency or demand response. That, he mentioned that those renewable discussions are subsequent, but availability of power and speed to market, I believe, if I'm correctly recalling his conversations, those were the top priorities that they're looking at, followed by some of these other items.
Do you agree that the purpose of a demand response program is to help the companies shave their, the peak demand on their system at what they deem as an appropriate time?
Yes, that is one practice, and then maintain system reliability is another.
Okay.
And
So-
it's being used today to do that.
Okay. And how long does it take to ramp up a DR program for, say, one customer?
What do you mean, ramp up the program?
Yeah, if you have a prescriptive commercial program now that, or I'm sorry, a custom program now that a business customer could use, say we are in the hypothetical future where a data center customer materializes in the company's territory, how long would it take you to give them if you had it, to give them a functional, like, have a functional demand response program or agreement, a demand response agreement with that one customer? How long would that take?
Now, I would answer that, but we have a program that works for them, so the ramp-up time is zero, because it's
Okay.
an existing program.
All right.
So I may not be following the question, but today we have an offering to give them.
Yeah, so speed to market, it's like that. That was a snap, but I'm sweating.
Yeah,
Speed to
and-
market is quick for demand
Yeah,
response.
and, we have a data center type customer who's participating today.
Yes, okay. And to the extent that more customers participated in demand response as a general proposition, that would put downward pressure on the company's peak need, right? Peak demand, excuse me.
Correct. However, gen planning and gen dispatch, yes, in the practice they're doing it today, it serves that need and it would continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. I think there's just one more thing that we might talk about, but do let me know if it might be better reduced to post-hearing data requests.
Okay.
So I wanted to look at page 4 also of your testimony with the Q&A that begins on line 7 regarding transmission and distribution benefits.
Okay. I can read the whole thing unless you want to pose it and I can read it after.
Okay, we can do it that way. Let's do it that way. And so you're acknowledging here that the companies have historically assumed zero avoided cost benefits for transmission and distribution when you evaluate cost effectiveness of demand side management, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the companies continue to maintain that there would be no avoided transmission or distribution costs that could be reasonably attributed to your demand side management programs, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so are you aware that at the end of 2024, the total transmission plant had a net book value of approximately $1.8 billion?
I don't know what you're referring to. So I have no knowledge of the reference you're bringing up.
Do you have any knowledge of how much the companies recover on an annual basis through their base rates for transmission or distribution investments?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware of the $719 million multi-year transmission system improvement program that the companies ran from 2017 to 2021?
I am not.
Are you familiar with the company's proposal, excuse me, the company's statement in the rate case that from January 1, 2022 to June 30, 2026, a 4-year period, the companies have spent and plan to spend over $1 billion in capital on transmission alone?
I don't have those details. I know there's initiatives, but I'm not part of those details.
Thanks. Ms. Einstein, in your role as manager of energy efficiency, the companies also have some assistance programs for customers having difficulty affording their bills. Is that in your umbrella?
It is not. That falls under, I believe, customer commitment, within customer programs of which I'm a part, but not in energy efficiency.
Okay. No further questions for you at this time. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Isaacson. Always a pleasure.
Okay, and for Sierra Club, we have?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, and then staff.
No question.
All right, Commissioner Wood?
I'll ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
At the risk of taking up our lunch hour. I personally participate in, I've got a 4,000 square foot house, and it helps me to save energy. So I have personally engaged in a couple of ways to save energy. I noticed that in, KU doesn't serve me. I'm served by Fleming Mason RECC, but I do have I have seen KU bills where they had, or maybe it was an email for an offer of a thermostat. Is that at cost to KU, or how does that program work?
Yeah, that's through our online marketplace that was approved in the 2022 case. New program for us to be able to offer incentivized and manufacture discounted smart thermostats and learning thermostats. And then you can go online, purchase it. We also have a pre-enrollment to our Bring Your Own Device program. So when you purchase that, it's already has the credentials to make enrollment into Bring Your Own Device demand response program. You're halfway there, and so we have both things that occur during the online marketplace.
Is that part of the DSM program? I mean,
It is.
That's the reason for that? One tool that I utilize at my house is a home energy monitor. And the purpose of a home energy monitor is to identify appliances or users of electricity that maybe you don't intend to leave on. It will clamps onto your electric service, and it identifies the actual appliances.
Okay.
Not all at once, but the purpose is to maybe find an appliance that you've left on, or an attic fan that is running when it doesn't need to. Have the companies ever considered anything like that? Maybe offering an appliance like that at a discount so that people could identify appliances that were running too long or that didn't need to run?
There may be, not a device. Is that a device or is that an app?
It's a device. It clamps. It has electric clamps like an electrician might use, and you put it around your service, the wires that come in from the meter.
Okay.
And it learns. It's smart. It learns the appliances and how much they use. You can actually look at it online throughout the day, and it'll tell you which appliances are on at any one time. And I can't tell you what to do, but I'm telling you that might be something that the companies might want to consider, that people might actually take advantage of to identify high usage appliances and maybe when they're being used too often.
Yeah, now we do have, with the AMI project, it's a My Meter portal. It's not part of the energy efficiency program, but I believe it may provide that without adding a device into the home. So I think that type of disaggregation starts to build up. We did have a pilot similar to what you're describing where we had a device. This was a pilot in 2020 or 2021. It was a Powerly device. Pilots tend to have a smaller group, so you can do research to see how this will be further enhanced. But the barrier was the device itself. It became complicated. The recipients weren't entirely sure how to enroll it, get it set up. So it turned out that of the, I believe, the 100 participants, a lot of time was spent on the setup, and then ultimately the customers would tend to get a little bit frustrated because it was more than what they expected. They thought it would just be something super easy. So having an app or something that didn't require a piece of equipment is certainly something we would, from that experience, probably be more driven towards, just knowing how that went through in the pilot.
There are different energy monitors, and I'm just
For
saying the
sure.
word sense because that's the one that I happen
Oh, okay,
to.
yep,
That
yep.
you could hook up 4 of them to the same
Yep.
service and probably get different answers from each
Yep.
one. Also, at one time or another, I've taken advantage of Fleming Mason Energy's sort of an energy audit. I think maybe they show up and sort of look at your house and tell you improvements that you can make. Do you all offer that as well?
We don't offer, for the We Care program, we do, that our low-income customers, it is face-to-face energy audit. For those who are not part of the eligibility for We Care, we have an online assessment. So that was part of our most recent plan. So they can do the walk through a series of questions and then get a customized report with recommendations.
I recently ordered a home inspection too, and I noticed that the home inspector offered the service of a thermal inspection of your house, I guess, to see
okay.
where energy was leaking out. Do the companies offer anything like that to identify sources of air infiltration or cold air, escape or anything like that?
Not today.
Something else that I've done at my house is I've installed solar panels on my roof and an inverter. Fleming Mason Energy offers I guess a program where it's a net metering program, basically, where any energy that I produce in excess of what I use goes back into the grid and cancels out, runs the meter backwards, for lack of a better word. Do the companies offer anything like that?
We do have net metering as well as some other business or solar programs. Mr. Conroy would, I'm sure, be able to get in a ton of details, but we do have one that's exactly the net metering service.
So it is a net metering service. And is there a maximum that the companies offer on how much of net metering that they will do in a year or in a month? Is there a ceiling on that?
There is, Mr. Conroy would have all the details because I believe that may be part of the rate case as well.
Okay, that's the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Irvin? No. And I don't have any questions. Redirect?
No redirection.
Okay. Well, let's take a lunch break, and I had warned we might do a shorter one. So I hope that everybody will still get a chance to get some sustenance, but let's do 40 minutes and come back at 1 o'clock.
Am I okay to be released?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I just don't want to leave if I
Is there
should.
any reason this witness couldn't We are back on the record, case number 2025-00045. And, let's see, we have at least one more witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. LG and KU call Robert Conroy.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Robert M. Conroy. Business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, counsel.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Conroy.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by LG and KU Services.
And what is your job title, please?
I am Vice President of State Regulation and Rates.
Did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you also cause direct testimony to be filed in case number 2025-00105, which the commission consolidated into this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
I do. There's one more stipulation. Testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Did you also sponsor, wow, getting corrected by the witness. Did you also co-sponsor testimony in support of the stipulation filed in this proceeding with Mr. Beller?
I did.
Do you adopt and affirm all of your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney General's office, you're stuck in the movie theater seats unless you have questions. All right, KIEC.
I do, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Conroy.
Good afternoon.
Did you review Mr. Bevington's rebuttal testimony where he gave an example of a 400 megawatt, $4 billion data center, and he estimated that it would yield more than $50 million per year in state and local property taxes?
I don't recall the details of his rebuttal testimony, but we've had conversations about how much tax revenue the state will get from these large data centers.
On the utility bills for business customers, there's a 6% sales tax and up to a 3% school tax, is that correct?
For the sales tax, yes. The school tax is dependent upon whether that county has a school tax.
It could be up to 3% though?
Yes.
Tell me if this estimate is in the ballpark reasonable. It's a 400 megawatt data center, 95% load factor, is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes.
Okay. $60 a megawatt hour for power, ballpark. Is that a reasonable assumption, $60 a megawatt hour?
You're talking about kind of like a retail rate?
No, industrial rate.
Yeah.
$19.
About 6 cents, 6 cents a kilowatt hour. I think of it more in cents per kilowatt hour than.
Or $60 a megawatt hour.
Yes.
So using those assumptions, I get $199,700,000 rounded to $200 million a year in electric bill.
Subject to check on that math, yes.
Okay. So it's 6% state sales tax. That would be about $12 million a year.
That's subject to checking the math. That's reasonable.
And it's a school district at a 3% sales tax. That 400 megawatt, 95% load factor data center would pay about $6 million a year to the local school district.
Again, subject to check on the math.
Okay. I want to talk about the ownership of the units. LG&E merged with KU in 1998. Is that right?
LG&E and KU merged, but they are still two separate legal entities.
Separate rate bases,
There's separate rate bases, there's separate books and records. They pretty much operate as one entity. We jointly dispatch all the generating units. We've got a single open access transmission tariff. But there are separate rate schedules for each company and different rates for each of the rate schedules.
Okay. The dispatch, So all the power plants owned by LG&E and KU serve both KU and LG&E customers on a least cost basis?
Yeah, if I may, all the generation is dispatched to meet load, consolidated load. We have, as you're probably aware, we've had the after-the-fact billing process that runs at the end of the month that allocates each company's generation cost to their customers, and then there's split savings between the two companies such that all retail customers get the benefit of the lowest cost generation for the system.
So an LG&E customer might get energy that came from a KU power plant and vice versa?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. The application, paragraph 21, ownership, as discussed by you and Mr. Wilson, the companies currently anticipate that LG&E will own 100% of Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6, and that KU and LG&E will own 68% and 32% respectively of the Cane Run battery. KU will own 100% of Unit 2 SCR. Tell me how, so currently LG&E is going to own both new combined cycles, assuming the commission approves the stipulation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but a data center located in KU service territory could be served by energy from the two new combined cycles, or is that correct?
Yeah, let me just kind of address the ownership.
Good.
Since LG&E and KU merged and we jointly planned the system, we've determined new units, the ownership ratio of each of the units at that time, based upon generation planning models, and there are different parameters. So all the units that have been added since 1998, they are jointly owned units. In this case, given the expectation of the economic growth in our load forecast, predominantly being in LG&E's territory with the data centers that were assumed, it made sense to make the ownership in the application at 100% LG&E for both units. We will look at that on an ongoing basis. We've not in the past changed ownership percentages after we made the filing, but in this case, we will continue to look at that ownership prior to its in service. If load changes, we may revisit the ownership percentages and come back to the commission if we need to on those.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. So the expectation was that LG&E ratepayers will pay for the two new combined cycles, but the expected data center load and that revenue would be in LG&E's service territory, therefore offsetting the cost.
Yes, if it plays out exactly the way we expected in the case, when the units go in service and we have the load, then the LG&E cost of service and everything would get the revenues. They'd also have the cost of those units. But again, we will reevaluate that as we progress over the years.
Good. Just without overemphasizing the point, it wouldn't be fair necessarily to LG&E ratepayers if they were paying for all of the costs of both new combined cycles, but KU was getting all the revenue because of data center located in its service territory.
Yeah, there would be some discrepancy between the two.
What's the process for reevaluation?
Well, as I mentioned, we've not reevaluated it in the past. Once we've determined the ownership of the units, we've kept them where they are. But with the semi-annual meetings with the commission we proposed in the stipulation, we'll talk through how we're progressing on the construction, how we're progressing on attracting load into the service territory, where they're at, and then we'll reevaluate at that point. If we see changes in what we expected, then we'll reevaluate, work with Stuart Wilson's team looking at what's the appropriate ownership at that point in time.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Mon? And Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Your Honor.
For the cities?
No questions.
Let's see, joint interveners.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
That was much faster than I expected you to get around to me. Mr. Conroy, I'm Mariah Tessie, and I believe we've met before. But
Yes.
I have just a few, general questions to get started. I know that generally when you file your testimony, you've got to give an overview of the application and what the companies are requesting. Is that correct?
Typically, yes, we'll have a witness that presents kind of the overview of the case.
Okay. And in your direct testimony that was filed with the application in this case, you would agree with me that initially in the application, neither the retirement or delaying the life of Mill Creek 2 was proposed in the application?
That is correct.
Okay. And then as part of the application, you also didn't include any of the clauses or information about the extremely high load factor tariff. Is that correct?
The extremely high load factor tariff is part of the rate case, and the other mechanisms that are included in the stipulation were not in the original application.
Okay. And then I think that since we have the general overview, I wanted to ask you a question about 22402. You provided some testimony in that case as well, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you had the opportunity to review the final order in that case that the commission issued as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on page 177 of that final order, I will give him just a minute.
Do you have the order? I don't know if we have the order, but
I can read the provision that I was going to ask you about.
okay.
It mentions that toward the bottom of the page, it says, regardless, the commission uses this opportunity to reiterate its interest in LG&E and KU continuing to seriously study the costs and benefits of RTO membership in order to maximize LG&E and KU's investments for the benefits of its customers and to take advantage of the reliability benefits of being in a larger system. And it's been, I guess it's been about 2 years, maybe about, since that order came out. And can you tell the commission a little bit about what steps you have taken to address the commission's statement there?
I believe that with regarding to looking at RTO membership, we do that on an annual basis. I believe that was part of the integrated resource plan filed last fall. It was addressed by Mr. Schramm, and the process of going through that, so.
And besides what was contained within the IRP since the filing of that, because I know the staff reports come out, has the company taken any steps, especially in light of the generation proposed in this case, with regard to evaluating that option?
Well, I believe as Mr. Schramm had talked about on RTO membership, I mean, there is significant concerns about whether there's excess generation in PJM or MISO. I believe he talked about that yesterday. So to the extent that they continue to look at that, that's the extent of kind of evaluating. We haven't done a full-blown evaluation, but I know Mr. Schramm is always aware of the market and what's going on in the different RTOs.
Okay. I think that I would like to move on to the stipulation in the case, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
When, so on page 13 and 14, I guess would be the place I would want to start with regard to the stipulation.
Is this the stipulation or the testimony?
I'm sorry, it's the testimony.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute to.
Okay.
On on pages 13 and 14, there are a couple things that are discussed. And I know you are not the sole sponsor of the stipulation testimony, so for some reason you're unable to answer and you need Mr. Beller to answer, that's fine too.
Okay.
Just let me know. There's a statement made about the companies engaging in further analysis that would then need to be presented in the IRP with regard to the operation of Mill Creek 2. Could you talk a little bit about what approvals you all were referencing in that statement?
When you say approvals,
Or, I'm sorry, the further analysis portion.
yes, as part of the stipulation, the stipulating parties agreed that we would work toward continued operation of Mill Creek 2 beyond the planned 2027 retirement, and continue to operate it to the extent that we can through the in-service date of Mill Creek 6. Another aspect of the stipulation is that, like we did in this case where we looked at, does it make sense to continue to operate Mill Creek 2 on a short-term or a longer-term basis? We'll do a similar analysis when we get to the next IRP to look at the economics and ability to continue to operate that beyond 2031 when Mill Creek 6 goes in service. So that's what that aspect is talking about.
Is the company's position still that regardless of when Mill Creek 2 is actually retired, that you all don't need any additional approval as a result of the order in 22402?
That is the position of the company, is that we've specified in testimony that we were asking the commission to affirm that there is no further retirement authority necessary on Mill Creek 2, because we've got the authority to retire the unit. Originally, we would plan to retire it when Mill Creek 5 went in service. I believe the order in the last case said we couldn't retire it before then. We would operate it until 2031 and then retire it at that point. So our position is that we still have the authority to retire the unit. It's just a matter of what time.
So, I believe in some of, maybe one of the most recent data requests, and I don't have it in front of me, but your statement then today is that you all would retire it in 2031 then? Is that what you've said?
What the stipulation agrees is that we will continue to operate it until at least 2031. We will reevaluate whether the unit could operate beyond then when we get to the IRP. There will be significant challenges to operate Mill Creek 2 beyond the in-service date of Mill Creek 6. I believe Mr. Beller and others have commented on the permitting for Mill Creek 6. We had some discussions earlier about what transmission upgrades might be needed, whether an SCR would be needed on that unit at that point in time. All that would be factored into whether it is economical to continue to operate it or not.
But regardless, you don't need any additional commission approval is the position?
That's correct.
Okay. And then also on those 2 pages, there is discussion of language regarding the recovery of the incremental stay open costs not recovered through base rates. But then in the provision below, there is discussion about, in the section below, I guess, there's discussion about recovery, but it doesn't include any of those specific conditions, like excluding items recovered through base rates. Is there any reason for the 2 different conditions, I guess, on recovery, or 2 different treatments of the recovery in this case?
Can you be more specific? Are you talking on page 13? Are you
Yes.
talking about the first Q&A from line 1 to 11?
Yes.
Okay, that is talking about the mechanism that would recover incremental stay open cost that are not included in base rates. As you know, we've got a base rate case in front of you now that includes a forecasted test year of 2026. There are no costs in that forecasted test year for continued operation of Mill Creek 2. So what we would do is any incremental cost that we would incur from the date the stipulation was signed, we anticipate that there will be some costs later this year that we hadn't planned on to continue to operate the unit. So we'll put those costs through the mechanism. The bottom part is talking about the evaluation in the next IRP on continued operation of Mill Creek 6 or Mill Creek 2 beyond 2031. We'll see what happens with that evaluation. It's not anticipated that it would be economical to. There's no reference to the mechanism. Likely once the unit retires, then that mechanism would go away.
Well, I guess I'm trying to get to a different response, I guess, at a different point. There were the two adjustment clauses or riders, whatever you want to call them, attached to the stipulation. And they address the recovery for Mill Creek 2 and recovery for Mill Creek 6.
Correct.
In those riders, there is a different definition for what could be included in the recovery through the rider. And the proposal for the recovery, obviously for Mill Creek 6 is different, but I would like to talk about the definition as it relates to 1E.
1E.
In the Mill Creek 6 rider, cost recovery.
Okay.
So in this one, it says that the OE is all operating expenses of Mill Creek 6. Do you see where I'm at?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and in your testimony, it doesn't appear there's any limitations on that. And in the definition, it doesn't appear that there's any specific limitations on that. Can you explain what that is supposed to be encompassing?
Okay, so the difference between Mill Creek 2 and Mill Creek 6, that Mill Creek 2 is currently in service, operating, and there are costs embedded in base rates. Mill Creek 6 is a new unit that would be under construction. The entire cost of that unit would be recovered through the mechanism. All the capital costs, all the investments, and all the operating costs to operate that unit, 100% would be recovered through the mechanism, not base rates. So that's the distinction between the two trackers.
So, and I'm just gonna sound really dumb. So basically, no matter how quickly you come in for a base rate case after it goes in service, it doesn't matter. You're gonna recover everything through this rider period.
Yeah, that mechanism, the cost of Mill Creek 6 would be recovered through the mechanism. As I believe Mr. Beller mentioned, that is a benefit to customers because in that mechanism, the asset balance, the rate base will be declining because depreciation expense is incurred every month. So it'll be a declining balance through that mechanism as opposed to in base rates.
So what about things like fuel expense that have been historically recovered through the FAC?
Okay, it's all non-fuel expense. Fuel expense would still go through the FAC.
But that's not in what I have in front of me as it's written, right?
I believe in the stipulation, it says all non-fuel.
So I guess that's what I was getting to when I was talking about the stipulation testimony. I saw exclusions for Mill Creek 2 and the adjustment clause for Mill Creek 2. I didn't necessarily see those same exclusions listed. In the discussion about Mill Creek 6.
Okay. If you look at page 7 of the stipulation testimony, that talks about the cost recovery for Mill Creek 6. Line 5, it talks about the adjustment clause mechanism, or adjustment clause MC6, which allows LG&E to recover all non-fuel cost of Mill Creek 6 from its in-service date through the retirement.
So it just didn't make it actually into the draft. I know it was rushed. I know it was only a few days turnaround, but so it's in the testimony.
It's in the, we probably need to clarify that in the adjustment clause tariff sheet.
What about all of the environmental, if there are any expenses related?
You mean in the future?
In the future.
We would address that in the future, to whether it investments in a gas unit would not be recoverable through the environmental surcharge statute. So any future investments over the life of Mill Creek 6, any replacements, maintenance, all that would be included in the mechanism.
You talked a little bit about other parts of the stipulation. So generally, with the stipulation as a whole, there isn't a discussion of need and wasteful duplication specifically, correct?
Not specifically in the stipulation that talks about the need. All parties agree that the units are needed. It's supported by the rest of the application and testimony in the case.
Okay, and you talk about the ability for the commission to review things kind of after the fact, to some degree, in the stipulation testimony.
Correct.
There's like and I don't want to, I'm going to oversimplify it, but basically you say, well, there's ways for the commission to go back and review reasonableness, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And I want to talk a little bit about those. So according to your testimony, all non-fuel related costs would be recovered through the rider, and for Mill Creek 6, which that allows the company to recover basically on a monthly basis, correct?
Correct, once the unit goes in service.
Okay. And I know that you all have talked about like cost reviews and that type of thing. What did the company envision as a review mechanism in the testimony there, as far as reviewing expenses for prudency and reasonableness?
I would say it would be very similar to kind of the FAC and ECR mechanisms, where we would file it before the billing factor takes effect. The commission has the opportunity to review it at that point in time. There could be established periodic reviews on the mechanism going forward at that point in time. There's nothing in here that precludes or takes away from the commission's ability to review the mechanism.
But as it was drafted and tendered with the stipulation, there also isn't any, and agreed to in the stipulation, there's also not any agreed to mechanism similar to those that you named, correct?
With respect to the regulations around FAC having specific 6-month reviews and the statute on the ECR having 6-month reviews. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, those, and just generally, they're really, I mean, there was some broad discussion, and we'll get to it earlier, of meetings and that type of thing. Just generally, there wasn't anything built into the stipulation to, I don't wanna say make, because that's not the right word, but that would cause the company to be before the commission in something other than like an investigation.
No, there's nothing, that wasn't part of discussions or something that we thought through during the negotiations.
Okay. And then, I am going to move on, to the, hold on, sorry, I've got my pages out of order. I had a few questions. I think there was a few questions that, I don't remember if it was Mr. Schramm passed or that were passed to you about, the cost recovery from involving the EHLF tariff.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't know, you know, if you're able to answer them or not, but will there be an agreement? Is it possible for the EHLF tariff customers to be a landlord and sign the contract for the company for service?
Just be clear, the rate EHLF is part of the rate case application. There's been numerous data requests in the rate case regarding that tariff. I would have to get back with you specific. I wouldn't expect it to be a landlord-tenant type contract under EHLF. It should be with the ultimate user of the electricity.
Okay. And then, one of the questions I think revolved around when does, or where does LG&E and KU anticipate filing the SEAM annual reports?
We could work with the commission on where it would be appropriate to file that in, whether it's a post case in this case, or if there's some other place the commission would prefer us to file it. We could work through that.
Okay. And then, I think, have you had the opportunity to review Elizabeth Stanton's testimony?
I don't believe I have looked at Stanton's.
Okay. Well, I think that your responses to the EHLF question will address my concerns there. I think that is all I have, Commission.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
Mr. Conroy, I asked an earlier witness about the effect of investment tax credits on the BES system that was being considered. And I just wondered about the timing of that and sort of when payments were received and how ratepayers would receive the benefit of those payments, if any were received. Is there any way you could shed some light on, just for my own purposes, on how that would work?
Yeah, I'll attempt to. So the investment, when the battery goes in service, we get the investment tax credit. That would go back to customers over the life of the asset. I believe the battery is a 20-year life, so we would collect the cost of the battery over the 20-year period, and the ITC would go back to customers over that same 20-year period. So the customers will get the benefit of that as we go through rate cases in the future.
Okay.
So.
And I'll also say that one of the recurring themes that we've heard in the public comments to these proposals is that ratepayers should not have to pay for data centers. They shouldn't have to pay for data centers' electricity. And I'll just say that it's an overriding theme, and it's a concern that the commission has to take seriously, because in the past it seems like the rate structure is set up for ratepayers to pay for new generation, and at the risk of asking you to duplicate testimony that, that you've given just in the last few minutes with Ms. Tezzi. Could you explain what the risks are for ratepayers having to foot the bill for this new generation when they may not see the benefit, when most of the benefit would seem to be going to these proposed data centers?
As a vertically integrated utility in Kentucky, we have an obligation to serve all customers, whether it's existing or new customers, and we have an obligation to plan our system and have adequate resources available. So all the generation that we're planning is available to serve all customers, both existing and new. So to the extent that adding generation is going to increase our embedded cost, yeah, that's going to be shared across all rate classes. However, the reason we propose the extremely high load factor rate schedule in the rate case is to ensure that we have a separate rate class for large data centers, and they would get allocated appropriate cost. There are provisions in that tariff that will protect all the customers from paying excessive cost associated with serving all the customers. There are provisions in that rate schedule that require a 15-year term contract. That's unlike any other tariff we have. There are minimum charges. They will pay 80% of the contract capacity, and they will pay that for the entire 15-year period. There are collateral requirements that are substantial, in the tune of 24 months of minimum demand charges. So there are a lot of protections in that rate schedule that will ensure that customers served under that rate schedule will pay their appropriate share of the entire system.
What do you mean by collateral is required?
When they sign on to contract, they've got to have collateral from the parent, either in cash or a letter of credit, which could be upwards of $100 million.
But that's only for 2 years and not for the 15 years?
No, they would have to put that up for the entire period. It's calculated based upon 24 months of their minimum bill.
Is that non-refundable if they back out?
I would have to look at that, but if they back out after 5 years, they are still paying the minimum demand charge for the entire 15-year period. There's exit provisions that guarantees that for 15 years, we will get the minimum demand charges. And I think Mr. Beller might have given an example of the 525 megawatt data center that would be on that tariff. They would pay a minimum of $1.4 billion over a 15-year period, whether they were there for the entire 15-year period or whether they left after 5 years. So there are significant protections on that tariff for these customers that would protect all other customers.
So if all goes as planned, and I'm sorry, what amount of electricity will the plants produce? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
How much electricity will these plants produce? What's the rating for the natural gas?
For the NGCZs, they're 645 megawatt each.
So let's just say that, I think there was earlier testimony that the plants were, or at least one of the plants was necessary to meet load growth, just natural load growth. And I might be mistaken about that, but that the second plant, it's my understanding is speculative, but well-reasoned speculative, I guess, to go towards future data center load. And I guess my question is, if that's the way it works out, if the second unit really does go all to data center load, is that a situation that's a net sum game for the ratepayers? Or is there still going to be a cost to the ratepayers for building these plants, for building the second plant, maybe I should say?
There's a number of things in there. Let me kind of pick it apart a little bit. First off, we build the generation to serve all of our expected loads. I don't consider it speculative. It is a load forecast that we believe will come to pass. There has been significant economic development in the state. We've had announcements earlier this week down in Paducah. We've had announcements, I believe, this morning with Corning on growth in the state. So we believe the load will be there, whether it's all data centers or whether it's other economic development. The load will be there to utilize all the generation. The question we have is, are we going to have enough generation to serve what the governor wants, what the General Assembly wants to attract to the state of Kentucky?
I guess what I'm asking is if all that electricity goes to new industry or data centers or, ever who's going to use the electricity, that's sort of, sounds like a win. But I guess what I'm asking about is will the ratepayers that exist now, will they bear any of that cost to build these units for future load?
Again, all the generation, all of our system is utilized for all customers. When we get to rate cases, there's an allocation of embedded cost. Will that embedded cost go up with adding new investment? Yes. It will obviously go up whenever you're adding new investments, whether it's generation, transmission, distribution, to ensure that we're able to reliably serve all customers adequately. What that allocation will be dependent upon the revenues we get, the cost, the allocation methodologies in a rate case. Again, all rate schedules pay embedded cost rates. Will it go up? Yeah, it may go up. I can't sit here and say that all customers are going to be paying for specifically the generation, but there will be costs that will be shared across all rate schedules.
Really, shouldn't the customers who are using the electricity from the new plant be paying for that instead of existing users who won't get the benefit of that generation?
Well, again, all customers get the benefit of the generation. The generation is not built for and identified to serve a specific customer. These natural gas combined cycles are highly efficient. So their fuel cost is going to be significantly below a lot of the other generations. So all customers are going to benefit from that low-cost generation.
Due to retirement of more expensive generation right now, or?
Not necessarily due to retirement. As I was talking to Mr. Kurtz about, the lowest cost generation, fuel costs, goes to serve our native load customers. So these units, just like Cane Run 7, that's already in operation, is one of the lowest cost units to serve customers. All customers benefit from that low cost energy.
Is there any guarantee that the cost of gas is going to stay as low as it is now, though, or is your answer subject to market rates for natural gas in the future?
I can't speculate on what gas prices are going to be. I know Mr. Schramm talked a little bit about how we mitigate the volatility and the expected cost, but it could be up, it could be down.
So as of right now, it would be a benefit to customers, but if the price of natural gas were to skyrocket or
Yeah, and I believe that's factored into Mr. Wilson's evaluation on looking at a range of fuel cost and what is the least cost set of resources to reliably serve all of our customers.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy.
Commissioner Reagan?
No, I don't think I do.
Afternoon, Mr. Conroy.
Hello?
In your testimony, you talked about the Trimble County, or the Trimble County 2 CPN case serving as a precedent for how we might proceed in this case. I guess if in a prudency review later, or at some point we realize that maybe there was generation approved in the CPCN that turns out not to be as needed as we thought it might be. I wasn't around for the Trimble case, and I wondered if you could tell me that story, like tell me how that worked and why it applies here.
Okay, in the Trimble County 2 case back in 2004 time period, there were some similar arguments made about excess generation, having too much capacity that you didn't need. The commission's order in that case realized that it's better to have the capacity, but required the companies report to the commission on any changes in their expected loads. Nothing changed, and I think everybody would recognize that Trimble 2 is probably one of the lowest cost and most efficient units we have, and has been a very good workhorse. With the stipulation, what we've agreed to is semi-annual meetings with the commission to talk about the construction progress, the progress with economic development, with what our load forecast is. So there'll be transparency with the commission and all the interveners in the case on where we're at in the process. We've had a history in the past. Just because we get a CPCN doesn't mean we're going blinders. If things change, we've reevaluated. We've done that with the Gent 2 SCR. We've done it with the Brown SCR. We did it with, we pulled one of the CPCNs because load conditions changed with the Green River combined cycles several years ago. So there's opportunity, and that was the point, is there doesn't need to be a precondition to approve the CPCN. You can feel comfortable approving the CPCN, and we'll be transparent through the whole time period on the progress. The commission can make whatever decision in the future on what's prudent or not.
The CPCN doesn't necessarily mean cost recovery.
That's
It's
correct.
not a prudent expenditure.
That's
for whatever
correct.
reason. So you do semi-annual meetings, and reports to the commission and with stakeholders?
Yes,
With
it
interveners?
includes all the interveners in the party.
And I assume if something drastic happened in between that 6-month period, we'd hear from you?
Absolutely.
Some sort of bottom falls out of a market, or a giant company moves in that needs a ton of capacity, or if something falls through, a contract
Correct.
that you thought was about to happen.
Correct.
Or if we figure out a way for AI to not use so much electricity.
That'll all be part of those discussions. And then the other thing I'd say is, in the stipulation, if the extremely high load factor tariff is approved in the rate case, typically we have customers sign energy services agreements under standard tariff rates. Those are not filed with the commission. What we've agreed to is to file those with the commission for transparency, so everybody will know what data centers we've got signed up for under that tariff.
And I don't want you to talk about confidential discussions through economic development, but I think that it was the KIUC's witness who had suggested pre-selling some of the EHLF.
That's correct.
Is it unreasonable to think that maybe some of these prospective customers have seen that tariff and can live with it, or know in general the idea of it? I mean, is that something that's gonna be a shock? It's filed in this case for one thing, so it can't be that much of a shock, but, I mean, do we have an indication that there are extremely high load factor rate customers who've seen this and can live with it?
Well, just to be clear again, that's in the rate case. When we developed that rate schedule, we had many discussions with other utilities across the United States. We looked at the various schedules that are out there. We had discussion.
Georgia, Ohio.
Yeah, Indiana, Ohio, Virginia. There's a lot of information out there on the various high load factor tariffs. We developed parameters that we believe will protect customers, but they're not such that it will deter data centers from coming to the state. So the whole goal is for the General Assembly and the governor and everybody else is to attract businesses to the state, and we don't want to be in the way of that. We worked with the Data Center Coalition on how the parameters are in that tariff. So we're very comfortable that what we have in our rate schedule is not a surprise to any data center.
And then Sierra Club's witness Hodling had concerns about the interconnection costs. Is it your testimony that we're gonna deal with that in a later case, dealing with transmission infrastructure, and not necessarily in this case?
With
Interconnection costs for data centers.
Oh, for data centers. There are, under the TSR and the open access transmission tariff, there are guidelines on how those costs are incurred and who pays for what. If it's specific to the data center or any customer who requires a substation on their property, they pay for that. If there are network upgrades per the open access transmission tariff, then those are network upgrades that benefit all customers, and those would be included in the open access tariff. In a retail rate case, we have bundled rates, so our retail customers are not charged the OATT. That is a charge for third-party customers using our system. So in a rate case, all transmission investments, all transmission expenses are included in rate base for the utilities. But any offsetting revenues that come from third parties that use our transmission through the open access tariff is a credit to retail customers in a rate case.
So how that works for data centers is no different than how it would.
It is no different than any other customers.
Anything further?
I don't think so.
Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason why Mr. Conroy couldn't be excused? All right, thank you. You're excused.
What's that?
I said, watch you run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your case, applicant?
Your Honor, there had been some suggestion that perhaps Mr. Beller, there had been some deferrals along the way. I didn't know if there were still questions that people did want to have Mr. Beller come and retake the stand, or whether post-hearing DRs would suffice for that.
Raise your hand if you would like to have some further questions for Mr. Beller. Okay? We'd like to.
Okay, in that case, we recall Mr. Beller.
Mr. Bailey, you're still under oath.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Beller, throughout the course of the case, I guess I've had some additional questions. Does a residential customer who's been on the system for the past 40 years pay the same rate as a brand-new customer?
Yes,
True with business customers also?
yes, we're served under our approved tariffs.
Is that tie into what Mr. Conroy was talking about, the whole system serves all customers?
Yes, it does.
If the commission approves these two new combined cycle plants, demand costs will go up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But if new load comes in, revenues go up to offset it.
That is also correct.
Okay. What about fuel? Is the expectation that the extremely efficient, low heat rate combined cycle units will lower everybody's fuel costs?
Correct, on a cents or per kilowatt hour basis or dollar per megawatt hour basis. Yes, and there's some information in one of the DRs that spells that out as what we think it will be on the whole.
If the companies have excess energy, you sell that energy off system?
Yes, we do, on a daily, hourly basis.
And customers get 75% of the margins?
Yes, they do, on a monthly basis through the application of the fuel adjustment clause.
The stipulation also envisions that you could use this new generation, or at least Mill Creek 6, or any of the new generation, to serve Kentucky municipal load or other Kentucky utilities to serve data centers in their service territory.
Yes, it does. It spells out a number of things that we could use the capacity for if it were not needed by native load.
One last point, you know Tony Campbell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. CEO of East Kentucky?
Yes.
EKPC filed a rate case, I guess, last week. I want to read you a quote from Mr. Campbell, because we've talked about PJM. You know EKPC's in PJM?
Yes.
Okay. Page 8. Tell me if you agree with this. When EKPC first joined PJM, there was an abundance of generation supply. However, two factors have all but eliminated this abundance. First, closures of coal-fired generators due to federal environmental policies significantly reduced the amount of dispatchable generation. Second, states with deregulated electric markets, like Ohio, adopted short-sighted policies that encourage utilities to lean on the PJM system and fail to incentivize needed investments in new capacity. Because of these two factors, PJM's ability to fully meet the demands within its system is concerning. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would also offer that's not a total list of the reasons that the PJM market is looking at a shortfall. And I base that on our experience, as Mr. Conroy talked about, is evaluating whether we as LG&E and KU should join an RTO. And then our parent company owns a utility in Pennsylvania that is in PJM and is dealing with these very issues today and trying to serve our customers in Pennsylvania at the lowest reasonable cost.
Are the rates cheaper or more expensive in Pennsylvania?
Let's call residential rates are more expensive for our Pennsylvania residential customers. In total, it's a deregulated state, so their bill is made up of a generation and transmission, distribution, customer service, all the expenses of operating the utility. If you compare that rate to our bundled rate, they are paying more in Pennsylvania. A residential customer is.
Does having adequate generation supply, that's a policy of the Commonwealth, isn't it?
Correct.
That's in statute?
Yes.
Okay. Does having adequate generation give Kentucky a competitive advantage for new business compared to utilities in PJM where there's a shortage of generation, in your opinion?
Most definitely. When Mr. Bevington talks to customers, and we've had quite a bit of discussion about those conversations, the availability of generation today and in the future is very important. If Mr. Bevington, if the utilities do not have adequate generation to serve incremental load, those conversations would be really short with respect to Mr. Bevington's interface and trying to recruit new companies to the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Beller. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. I don't know what order I'm going in here, so. Join it, nothing, KCA, cities? Okay. All right, join it.
Thank you. I would have had some questions for you, Mr. Beller, regarding transmission issues that I brought up earlier. I've previously spoken to your council. I think I can reduce those easily to post-hearing data requests. So I just want to follow up on a few things that have been mentioned since that time. Okay. One, you were just, excuse me, Mr. Beller, my name's Cassandra McCrae, asking you these questions on behalf of the joint interveners this afternoon. So I believe you were just talking with Mr. Kurtz about your views of the PJM market and its resource adequacy now or into the future. To the extent that you're aware, Dominion Energy in Virginia is a full participant in PJM markets.
Yes.
to the extent that you're aware, Virginia has long been and continues to be a major market for large load data center development?
Yes, particularly Loudoun County, yes.
Thank you. I believe you also spoke briefly with Mr. Kurtz about the possibility of making off-system sales. So you mean supplying energy and power to load-serving entities that are neither LG&E or KU, is that right?
It could be selling into the PJM market, MISO market, TVA, or any other utility that we're interconnected with. And they could be a load-serving entity or an organization such as TVA who resells, or a market, MISO and PJM.
Fair enough. Essentially, you're selling into, in the case of a PJM or MISO, their energy market.
Correct.
In that case, your energy supply would need to be economically competitive within that RTO's energy market, right?
So to be specific, we would see an indication of the locational marginal price at our interface with PJM, and if we decide that that would be an economic transaction and be a benefit to our customers to participate in, that's exactly how it would work. It wouldn't be a decision of PJM and their relative economics. The economic choice there would be ours to make, and we do that, all the time, every day, every hour, to determine if we have excess, would it be economic for us to transact at what we believe the ultimate price would be, which the LNP at our interface is indicative of that price.
And to the extent that PJM's LNP is higher than your cost, it would not make economic sense for you to make those off-system sales.
Did you say
I'm sorry,
it would?
I meant lower.
Okay,
Yeah.
you said it backwards.
I said it backwards,
Yes,
yeah.
and of course, we would have a margin in there so that we could cover any variable costs in addition to fuel that we would incur in the course of making that off-system sale and entered into that transaction.
Thank you. Off-system sales have transmission costs?
Yes.
Sales of energy within an RTO footprint handle cost of transmission differently than a non-PJM participant making an off-system sale into PJM, right?
Correct. For example, if you're a load-serving entity within PJM, you pay your load-serving entity's embedded tariff rate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Also wanted to talk briefly, following up on discussions that have happened around the proposed extremely high load factor tariff in the company's respective electric rate cases. Would you agree with me, there's been substantial discussion throughout this hearing, whether related to EHLF directly or related to the settlement stipulation, that the demand charges component of EHLF are particularly protective of customers in the company's view?
Yes.
Okay.
And the requirement of the customer to pay those at a prescribed rate, 80% of their contract capacity for a 15-year period. Not just the demand charges in and of themselves. All of our tariffs have, for large customers, have a demand charge component. But the extra requirement, Mr. Conroy testified how much different that requirement is than any other tariff that we have. Well, we don't have that tariff yet, but assuming the commission approves that tariff, it would be unlike any tariff that we have.
And we heard from another witness that their understanding is that the company would expect, in the case of a large load data center, that the entity signing the ES electric service agreement would be the actual data center operator, as opposed to, say, their landlord, if they're at a co-location location.
Correct. That was Mr. Conroy's testimony.
There is nothing that would prevent a large co-location data center, for instance, the proposed Campground Road location, from having multiple tenants behind that one service delivery point, right?
Correct. They could, as I think Mr. Bevington testified, have 3 or 4 buildings, for example, and host 3 or 4 different customers, one in each of those buildings.
You're aware that you can also host multiple customers within the same building?
Sure, that's, I'm sure, physically possible to do also.
You're familiar that these buildings are just basically racks and racks and racks of?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's not as though we have cubicles.
Correct,
Yes,
correct.
okay. To the extent you're familiar with the proposed EHLF, are you aware that it does not account for the aggregation of one entity's multiple demands at if they had multiple sites or multiple ESAs?
Again, those type of questions, I'm sure, are part of our base rate proceeding, and I have not been familiar with answering questions to that level of specificity about aggregation and how that would be dealt with in the tariff. Those concerns, if they exist, would be dealt with in the base rate case.
Okay. Because we have the settlement stipulation that does enter into discussion of what's happening with the EHLF in the separate rate cases, I would like to just understand the possibilities a little bit more, but let me know if we get beyond your understanding. I'm not trying to get you out over your skis. Purely hypothetical, if you had a co-location data center development requesting 300 megawatts of service to a single location, it is possible that they could have multiple leases, I should know the pronunciation of that word. It's possible they could have multiple tenants, each tenant taking less than 100 megawatts of the total available electric service capacity available to the full campus. Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, most hypotheticals are, but what I would say is there's a set of rationale behind the ELHF tariff. And we could talk about a lot of hypotheticals, but our company position has always been, if we have a sound rationale behind a tariff and a customer, through an action of their own, tries to circumvent that base philosophical background that created that tariff, we would seek to not allow that customer to do it. And if you had some hypotheticals that you want us to respond to in post-hearing DRs, we'd be more than happy to spell out, how we would think about that. But I wouldn't want to go much further than that, other than to give my perspective on how the company has always been. Is there's a reason we create these tariffs, and we're going to attempt to not let customers circumvent the rationale behind why that tariff was developed.
To the extent you know, the eligibility threshold for the proposed EHLF to apply is roughly 100 megawatts?
Correct.
99 megawatt tenant at a co-location facility would not be an eligible customer required to take service under the EHLF tariff, as proposed.
Correct, but a 99 megawatt customer that looks just like a 101 megawatt data center customer, we would seek to put them on a special contract that would have the same terms and conditions as a 100 megawatt. For example, in your hypothetical, that would be an approach that we could take if we thought that the customer was trying to circumvent our rationale behind having that tariff. Anytime a customer approaches us, and this is Mr. Conroy's expertise, but since I'm here, we look to apply that customer to an existing tariff. If that customer doesn't fit that existing tariff, then Mr. Conroy's team will suggest a special contract, just like we did before at Blue Oval. We did not have a large battery manufacturer customer on our system at that time, and we saw a special contract, filed it with the commission. And if there's any number of hypotheticals, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to explain, our position and the way we've administered our customers and the tariffs in which they're served.
I understand, thank you. Could you refer me to any of the special contracts the companies have entered into the past that have comparable provisions related to demand charges or other of the special features that you've proposed in the EHLF?
Again, I mentioned that the 15-year requirement in the ELHF is unprecedented, but in terms of special conditions, the Ford Blue Oval contract has a minimum demand charges in that contract, and that contract's on file with the commission.
We heard earlier that currently the company's largest data center customer peak demand is relatively, or approximately 13 megawatts. Does that sound about right to you as well?
Yes, Mr. Jones talked about, it's a Bitcoin, what do you want to call it, manufacturer, and that's about 13 megawatts. I remember that customer in the debate we had about the economic incentives, whether that customer should receive those or not.
If the companies saw data center growth in these territories that was from more traditional data center users, even including cryptocurrency, but also just cloud-based services, all of the non-AI applications of data centers that have existed for decades, is it possible or even consistent with industry practice that a majority of those facilities or tenants would have a total demand below 100 megawatts, to the extent of your knowledge?
We serve data centers today that are much smaller than 100 MVA, and those customers fit into the tariffs that they've been served on. So it's entirely possible that we could have data center-like customers, and there's even allocation of that in the stipulation in terms of crediting the Mill Creek 6 cost recovery mechanism, and in the stipulation without going through that, we spell that out. So it's entirely possible that we would see those below 100 MVA, below 50 MVA.
Thank you. Just one more thing I'd like to follow up on. I think you mentioned the possibility of efficiencies or AI need efficiencies improving for AI applications, or overall the sort of demand currently anticipated for future data center development over 5-10 year horizon could change.
Most definitely, yes.
Are you familiar with OpenAI, the company that rolled out ChatGPT?
Yes, broadly.
Broadly. Well, I'm just curious, do you keep up with the news that they've just launched a version of ChatGPT that you can run as long as you've got 16 gigabytes free on your own laptop?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at that level, no.
I'll email you. Nothing further, thank you.
That's it. Anything further for staff?
I just have one question. So here's another hypothetical for you. So if hypothetically the commission were to approve Mill Creek 6 and then approve the Mill Creek 6 adjustment clause, and in the order the commission wrote about the 6-month formal review process that Mr. Conroy talked about, you would agree that that formal review process is not in the stipulation, correct?
Yes, correct. I would agree with that.
Would the companies take the position that a formal review process would be considered a modification of the stipulation?
I would let the lawyers answer that question, but I will say this: the companies would have no concern and I can't speak for everyone who's a signatory to the stipulation. That's why I would defer the very specific component of your question to a legal question. But the companies would have no concern with providing information in a 6-month, 1 year, whatever the commission review period the commission decides to be prudent to exercise their oversight of the companies.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Did I skip Sierra Club for questions? Does Sierra Club have questions?
We have no questions, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Webb? Commissioner Reagan? And I don't have further questions. Can you read
No,
that?
Your Honor.
All right. Can Mr. Beller now be excused? All right, you're excused.
Thank
you. Welcome to stick around. Okay, so is that the
That
applicant's
concludes our
case?
case, Your Honor. Thank you.
And are all of the remaining witnesses going to be remote? I think so, right?
Ours are.
Collins and Wilborn, Sherwood, Stanton. All right. In that case,
2-minute or 3-minute break while we contact Lane Call, make sure he's aware.
I see him. He could click on his camera.
Maybe it's unnecessary.
He's off mute. There
There he
I'm
is.
available.
Okay.
I'm available.
All right.
He was
Thank you for
alert
checking.
and.
Oh, what is happening?
Did I do that?
No, you didn't do that.
Someone's giving her computer drugs again. I'm getting slap happy. I don't know what's going on.
I think we're all there, Your Honor.
Are you doing that, Candace? I didn't do anything. All right. All right. I'm getting serious again. Please call your first witness, Attorney General.
The Attorney General calls Mr. Lane Collin, who's a witness for the AG and KIUC.
Okay. And Mr. Cullen, can you hear me okay?
I can,
And we can
yes.
hear you as well.
Great.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. You may ask counsel.
Mr. Collin, can you state your business address and title for the record?
Yes, my name is Lane Collin. My position is the president of J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
And in this case, did you assist the Attorney General and KIUC as their expert?
Yes, one of the two, yes.
Okay. And in this case, did you cause direct testimony to be filed?
Yes,
Did you sponsor responses to data requests from the companies and the commission?
yes,
Do you have any changes to make to either your testimony or those responses?
no,
Do you adopt those responses and that testimony today?
yes.
Witness is available for cross.
Okay. And so, co-sponsored with KIUC. So, Kentucky Co Association, any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
All right. SREA
No question, Your Honor.
for the cities? No questions. And that brings us to joint interveners.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club,
No questions, Your Honor.
staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Collin, this is Mariah Tessie with Commission staff. I just had a couple of questions. I know that you didn't get an opportunity to file any testimony after the stipulation, but have you had a chance to review the stipulation in this case?
Yes,
And I know that initially you didn't necessarily have issues with the cost recovery that was proposed in the application, although you had suggestions on minor changes to it, correct?
no, that's not quite correct. The company had proposed post and service deferrals for not only the rate of return, but also the operating expenses. And I proposed recovery through a generation cost recovery rider specifically for Mill Creek 6.
Oh, okay. I appreciate the clarification. With the elimination of the regulatory assets in the stipulation, do you believe that the proposed cost recovery benefits the ratepayers?
I do, yes, because first of all, the company is entitled to recovery if it's prudently incurred in reasonable costs. And I believe that with respect to Mill Creek 2, to keep it operating, and if indeed they're able to do that, the Mill Creek 2, the adjustment clause from Mill Creek 2 is a very reasonable way to recover those costs. And then with respect to Brown 12, if there's a lag period between the time that resource goes into service and it's recovered through base rates, then the company would have the revenues from its load growth, including data centers, that became part of the company's or the system load since the pending rate case and until the effective date of the next rate case. So that recovery is also handled and effectively addressed, I believe. And then with respect to Mill Creek 6, you have a matching of the cost, the incremental cost, with the recoveries from the new loads, the extremely high load factor customers, presumably. But there will also be organic sales and customer and revenue growth as well.
So you mentioned Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6 in that response. Is there anything about those units that makes them different or requires a different cost recovery for them?
Not with respect to Brown 12. The situation with Mill Creek 6 is because the load is very uncertain. It's a very significant component of the company's load forecast. And specifically the level and the timing of new data center load. And so to the extent then that the asset is going to be built, then the recovery should be consistent with the timing of the costs that are incurred. And so putting the two together into a single tariff, I know is somewhat unusual in Kentucky rate making, which I'm very familiar with over several decades, but I think it's the right way to do this. It's fair and equitable.
And I can always ask this in a post-hearing data request. Is there actually would you be able to put some numbers behind that statement, I guess would be the easiest way if we asked in a post-hearing data request?
Well, we already know what the revenue requirements are, right? Or the estimated non-fuel revenue requirements are, because that was part of the company's analysis. And we have that annually. Then what you'd have to do is you'd have to determine hypothetically what the data center load would be, and you'd have to determine hypothetically what the rates pursuant to the extremely high load factor tariff would be in order to assess that. And I would have to have some direction, in terms of a hypothetical to do that comparison. And quite frankly, I'm not really sure what that would be worth, other than to, just have a range of outcomes. But it's something that could be done, but I would question whether it would be very helpful, quite frankly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Regan?
I don't have any.
Okay, and I don't have questions either. That's been your shortest trip. Mr. Collins to testify before the PSC. Any reason this witness can be excused? Any redirect?
No redirect.
You're excused, Mr. Collins. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome to stick around if you'd like.
Well, thank you very much.
He's gone.
Call your next
He
witness.
has other
That was
commitments.
quick.
Yeah,
He
he has
didn't even
other
think
commitments
about
other
it. did
states, so. Leah Wellborn will be our next witness.
he? Ms. Wellborn, can you hear me? There you go.
I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Counsel?
Ms. Wellborn, can you give us your business address and title for the record?
Leah Wellborn, Director of Consulting at J. Kennedy and Associates. My business address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
Okay, and did you act as an expert assisting the Attorney General and KIUC in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay, did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you sponsor responses to data requests from the companies and the commission?
Yes, I did.
And do you adopt that testimony and those responses as your testimony in the record here today?
I do.
Okay. Witness is available for cross.
Okay. So Kentucky Coal Association, applicants.
We don't have any questions.
I
Just
know
wanna
you
let you
told
know-
me before that you weren't going to question any of the
We
interviews.
did, I just, yeah.
It would have been nice of me to ask anyway.
And I don't have any questions for the remaining witnesses.
I'll quit asking. The cities, would you like for me to quit asking you as well?
We have no questions for anyone.
Okay. Let's see, SREA.
No further questions for any witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. And then joint interveners.
No questions.
Sierra Club,
No questions, Your Honor.
staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Wellborn. I'm so sorry to keep you. You do not sound well. I hope you get to feeling better.
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you.
On page 5 of your direct testimony, line 16, and I'll give you a second.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. So you mentioned that continuing Mill Creek 2 beyond 2027 could be a cost-effective option. I know that you talk about the standards for CPCN that the commission generally evaluates. Could you tell us a little bit about what you would consider needed to consider Mill Creek an option?
Yes, so based on my review of the supplemental KCA 1.4 and PSC 3.8, we received a lot of information about how Mill Creek 2 could be a short-term solution for load materialization between 2027 and 2031 or 2030 when the new combined cycles would be available. And so this was really intended to reiterate that there may be cost-effective opportunities with existing resources to avoid having to invest in a new resource or a new battery right now, not having that load certainty that we've all been talking about. So it's just to acknowledge sort of that risk-adjusted path that really hadn't been explored up until those responses were provided.
Specifically, in addition to those responses, what would you want to see for an analysis to see whether it was a cost-effective solution?
Well, I still think load materialization is the key piece that we're missing at this point, because that's going to tell us if 2028 or 2029 is that key year. So I think that's a piece of information that would be really critical. And a lot of the assumptions that moved in the analysis that was provided were more around the ITC credits for batteries and tariff costs and some other modeling changes. And so I don't think that the information we received was not complete, but I think there's more of a story there just based on the passage of time. That just revisiting that structure in a few months would be probably much more helpful because it would be more updated with the current circumstances.
You had the opportunity, I'm sure. Have you looked at the adjustment clauses in the stipulation?
I have.
And you've reviewed the testimony to support the cost recovery in the stipulation?
I have. I would defer to Mr. Collin on the rate-making issues, but I have reviewed them.
Well, I wanted to talk about the analysis that you provide at the end of your testimony.
Yes.
What type of impact, if any, do you think the cost recovery would have on your analysis at the end?
No, I think that's a great question. So in tables 7 and 8, these are illustrative views of what sort of that Mill Creek revenue requirement would look like against a full subscription of load type of scenario. And what it shows you is that timing difference. And I think that's one of the key uncertainties and one of the key concerns is, if the data centers are late or if they're early, how do you properly account for those revenues and those costs? So the primary benefit, I think, of the rider is around that timing. But as you can see in my tables 7 and 8, that if the tariff EHLF is properly designed and approved with, significant ratepayer protections, the hope is that cost recovery would balance out. But that's dependent on the tariff structure and the amount of load that's signed up underneath those tariffs.
So I know you've mentioned it in your direct testimony that was filed, and you kind of mentioned it today, or at least implied it today, that based on everything you reviewed, the EHLF tariff is not before the commission in this case, correct?
Exactly. It's in the rate case, and we expect that the rate case would provide that information. It's unfortunate we don't have the information in the rate case here to utilize, but yes, it's an uncertainty outstanding.
So I guess my last question would be, what impact would it have on your analysis if the companies were allowed to modify service under the EHLF tariff with regard to different terms? What type of impact might that have on your analysis?
I'm going to give it a shot, but if I don't answer your question, please ask it again. Okay. I think there's levers that are going to help with that cost recovery. In my table 8, the levers that were really important was that minimum demand level, provisions around ramping. Those types of levers would impact the revenue lining up with the costs, if that's where you were getting with your question.
Yeah, so basically, there are certain terms that you feel like you would need that would have greater impact than other terms, and that if they were modified, it would, in the long run, have a greater impact on the cost recovery.
Yes.
Okay. Besides the minimum demand level, would there be any other term in particular that you would note that would have a...
Right, so
go ahead.
So ramping was one of the key terms that we called out in the testimony. And then, of course, eligibilities and aggregation and all sorts of other important but maybe not directly monetizable when you don't have that load materialization piece of the pie to review yet, could also be significant.
I'm so sorry to make you talk so long. I'm done, thank you.
It's fine.
Okay. Do we have, Commissioner Wood, do you have questions for this witness?
No, in light of the settlement, or the proposed settlement, I don't have any questions for her.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
I believe Mr. Kurtz had a question.
Liam, Ms. Wellborn, we turn to table 7 that you were referring to with staff.
Yes.
Okay. Does this show that over a 15-year term, ELHF revenues would equal 99% of the Mill Creek 6 revenue requirements?
Yes, this hypothetical does demonstrate about 99% if all of the assumptions, including the load materializes at its full contract capacity during that time, were realized. So this is like the best case scenario. We would be approximately equal on a net present value basis over 15 years.
Okay. If there were fuel savings from the 6,200 heat rate combined cycle, those fuel cost savings are not shown on this table, correct?
That's correct. This is just capital revenue requirements and peak or demand charge components of its possible rates. So there's no energy accounted for here.
Okay. And if there were fuel savings, those savings would pass through to all customers through the fuel adjustment charge, correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Wellborn.
Okay. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Ms. Wellborn, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I believe KCA's witness was excused. SREA's witness was excused, Mr. Smith. And then for Sierra Club, we excused Hoteling and Fisher, but Sherwood is going to be called?
That's right.
Yeah.
Are we up next?
I think so.
Great. Your Honor, Sierra Club calls Stacy Sherwood to the stand.
Okay, Ms. Sherwood, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and we can hear you well. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sherwood.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name, place of employment, and title for the record, please?
My name is Stacy Sherwood. I am employed as a principal at Energy Futures Group.
And did you cause to be filed testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also answer certain data requests from the companies and also from the staff of the commission?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to either your testimony or any of those data responses?
No, I do not.
I have no, excuse me, the witness is open for cross-examination.
And none for the company, KAC, AG?
No questions.
I don't remember who I'm not supposed to ask anymore. Raise your hand.
I think we're the only ones that didn't waive all the rest of the witnesses, and we have no further questions for Mr. Sherwood.
Anyone else?
We have a few.
Staff?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sherwood. I'm Mariah Tussey with Commission staff, and I just had a couple of quick questions regarding the stipulation that was filed in this case. Have you had the opportunity to review the stipulation that was filed?
I have not reviewed the stipulation in depth as my clients did not sign on to the settlement.
Okay, so did you happen to look at the adjustment clauses?
Referencing the stipulation exhibit 1?
Yes.
Yes.
I will try, and if you can't answer, that is fine. But on page 10 into page 11, you gave a summary that basically said that initially, when you reviewed the proposals by the companies, you recommended that the commission approve a part of the requested recovery, cost recovery, and then you recommended that the commission deny another part of the cost recovery. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and in your analysis, I think the information that you referenced and used to make your recommendation, part of that included evaluating at a 30-year useful life for Brown 12, Mill Creek 6, and Cane Run Best. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on, and this is referring to your initial analysis, based on your initial analysis, what would the effect of the 40-year service life be on your initial analysis, and why did you choose 30 instead of 40?
I just chose 30 as a back of the envelope kind of calculation, also acknowledging that batteries do not have as long of a useful life as the power plants would have there. If a 40-year life was applied to my analysis instead of the 30 years, you would see the average annual, let me just make sure I'm using the correct term on here, the estimated annual rate base allocation to residential customer class would decrease because there's more years to spread those costs along.
Okay. And then as to the type of recovery, obviously you were okay with some reg assets and not to be included in others. The type of recovery in this case would be through adjustment clauses. How does that impact your testimony?
In terms of the adjustment clause, and granted, I did not do an in-depth analysis, but when I'm looking at it, there's still a provision in the adjustment clause that would prohibit any revenues that are received by the company before this item is placed into base rates. And so there's nothing offsetting these O&M costs. So for example, the plant can go into service before the company rolls that into its base rates. And under the adjustment clause, my understanding of it is that there are no offsetting revenues for that until it is placed just into base rates.
That's all I have for Ms. Sherwood.
Okay. Mr. Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Did you guys change your mind?
Yeah, I guess I do have one question, Your Honor. Ms. Sherwood, could you please elaborate on the last comment you made? Under what circumstances would a plant be placed in service but not have any revenues come into the companies as a result of placing it into service?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I think what you just said, that there's the possibility that the companies could place one of these plants in service, say Brown 12 or Mill Creek 6, and you didn't explain why. So I'm asking, why would they place it in service but not see revenues generating or not receive revenues from placing that plant in service?
Let me clarify. So they would receive revenues, but those revenues would not be offsetting the costs under that adjustment clause.
And why is that?
There's a stipulation in the adjustment clause that until it is placed into base rates, there are no revenues that are considered to be offsetting.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Sherwood. You are excused, but welcome to stick around if you'd like.
Thank you.
And then yes. Yeah. If you're ready, Mr. Gary, you can
Thank you
call your
very much,
witness.
Your Honor. Joint interveners call Dr. Elizabeth Stanton.
Ms. Stanton, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Stanton. Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Liz Stanton. I'm the Executive Director and Principal Economist for the Applied Economics Clinic, and our address is 6 Liberty Square in Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you. And did you sponsor testimony and responses to data requests from both the commission staff and the companies in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you adopt those here as your testimony today?
Yes.
Thank you. Witness is available for cross.
Where do I start here? Applicant, do you have questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Staff?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stanton, I just have a couple of questions. I know that, well, let me start with this. Have you had the opportunity to review the stipulations?
Not in any detail, just top level.
Okay. Well, I will stick to asking questions about your testimony then. I believe in your testimony, you mentioned that 82% of the data center load in the forecast is included in the forecast in the application, and you considered this unreasonable. Is there a percentage of load forecast that could have been included in the application that you would have found reasonable?
I think if I'm understanding your question, I think that when I referred to 82%, I was talking about a particular segment of the probability weighted load forecast that was given a lower grading on probability. So I was isolating two portions. The 18% was given a higher probability. It was given an 80% probability. And then the 82% were all in stages of development that had a lower probability grading given by the companies.
So, I guess I will ask my question a different way. Based on, because you evaluated it and you had some criteria that you evaluated their projects and their information with regarding their load forecast. Is there a percentage of that information about the load that would have been acceptable? I guess I don't know how to ask that any more clear, I mean, I know you give some things you were looking for, but is there a percentage based just on the information that they provided that you would have found reasonable?
A percentage of what?
Projects to be included in their load forecast.
Ultimately, my understanding from the company's response to discovery questions, as well as testimony we heard yesterday, the way that the load forecast was determined was by taking the two, the two projects that were deemed most likely, the Campground Road and the Project Lincoln, adding that up as 1,000 megawatts, and then taking the average of all the other project sizes, which was, according to the company, 350 megawatts, doubling that, and that led to the 1,700 megawatt prediction. So that, I think, is what's been said was the core methodology for that estimation. So I'm not sure how to answer your question. My testimony and my recommendation is based on wanting to see methods used for load forecasting that are transparent and are specific, so specific to each project.
So I do understand that, and I will move on to that. You mentioned that DSM programs are an option, and they could be tailored to incentivize large loads like data centers to utilize them. And you mentioned specifically like on-site backup generation or on-site backup storage. And and maybe I missed them, I didn't see any like specific examples of current data center load customers in other jurisdictions that actually utilize anything like that. Are you familiar with any large loads that utilize, like the data centers, that utilize those programs?
I think I did give a citation to a particular program. I'd have to look it up now. It was just the one citation.
I guess, did you have the opportunity to review that particular one program? Is there any proven benefit of that one program? Is it showing useful or helpful?
The extent of my reviewing that one program would have been looking at a report about it. So in more general terms, the reason that I'm recommending that DSM measures be encouraged and incentivized for large load customers is to reduce costs to ratepayers, to all ratepayers. And if there are DSM programs or measures that can provide energy, you can provide capacity at a lower cost than generation, then that's always a benefit to ratepayers.
Okay. You mentioned the transparency in the methodology, and you mentioned that throughout your testimony. And you make several suggestions. Are there any jurisdictions that you're familiar with that require the type of things that you are suggesting in your testimony?
Yes, and I provide citations to that. In particular, you'll see that I'm giving examples of a more transparent and more specific methodology being used to probability weight data center load in Virginia, in Texas, in Georgia, among other examples.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
I don't have any questions. Any redirect?
No, Your
Okay. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? All right, Ms. Sherwood, thank you, or Ms. Stanton, Dr. Stanton, thank you. You are excused.
Thanks.
Thank you, Liz.
All right, any further witnesses? Okay. Did anyone have an exhibit that they forgot to move to introduce?
The only thing I'll note is the email chain that Ms. McCray passed around earlier, we did not move to admit. It was distributed and I may become a part of the record. I just wanted to point out there are a number of redactions in there. Those are just redactions of email addresses and phone numbers. If that causes a problem for anybody, we're happy to file an unredacted version just for the record confidentially, but.
And you didn't move to admit it?
And we didn't move to
We
admit.
did not admit it, yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that point though.
Anything else? All right, in that case, staff, can you issue your request by Wednesday the 13th? Okay, and in that case, if requests are summarized and out by the 13th, would Monday the 18th be adequate to respond?
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Your Honor, because we understand that part of what is being asked for here is modeling runs. We actually, the parties met during lunch. We had a short but productive lunch, and we were talking about the post-hearing schedule. So we had collectively some dates to recommend to the commission and staff if they're acceptable. So the Wednesday the 13th for DRs be issued sounds great. We were going to suggest Friday, August 22nd for post-hearing DR responses because they are going to take some time to get done. And then with respect to, sorry, push pause.
Anybody have an issue with that?
The parties would suggest and recommend to the commission that doing simultaneous briefs and then a simultaneous response briefs is what we would like to request, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Yes, we have some specifics to request about the briefs.
Okay.
Normally, we just say, if you want to do a brief, you can do simultaneous initial brief, simultaneous response briefs. However, in this case, there are a number of questions we're going to ask the applicant to brief.
Certainly.
So, to facilitate a decision by the commission on numerous issues relevant to this application, we're asking that you provide legal briefs supporting your request, including portions that specifically address LG&E KU's existing authority or lack thereof to delay or extend Mill Creek 2's retirement until Mill Creek 6's in-service date or beyond. An analysis of the need and absence of wasteful duplication for Brown 12, Mill Creek 6, and Gent 2 SCR. Whether new proposals such as the life extension for Mill Creek 2 and the Mill Creek 2 and 6 adjustment clauses are properly before the commission and ripe for decision. Commission also strongly encourages all the parties who were granted intervention in this matter to submit briefs on these topics, not required, but strongly encouraged, as well as any other topics that they believe relevant to the commission's final order in this matter. Would you like me to go back over those? They'll come out in our order in a couple of days, but.
No, ma'am, I think we have them, but I could maybe just paraphrase and see if they line up.
Nobody's ever accused me of talking fast.
Broadly speaking, I believe so forgive me, this won't be a precise word for word. My colleague might have typed faster than I wrote in my handwriting, but I believe I heard you say that you would like to see briefing on LG and KU authority to delay or extend Mill Creek 2 retirement, analysis of the need and absence, so basically CPCN standards for all of the CPCNs requested or discussed in the stipulation, and whether Mill Creek 2 life extension and the adjustment clauses proposed in the stipulation are properly before the commission and ripe for decision.
That's right.
Okay,
Okay,
fantastic.
and we'll issue the order just in a day or two and clarify anything that I might have said unclearly. And then you were suggesting a briefing schedule,
for you.
but I don't know if that changes it. We were going to suggest September 1st for initial briefs, but.
We were hoping for maybe September 5th. And then for the initial briefs, and then reply briefs by September 26th.
So our order is due October 28th.
Yes, ma'am.
Is September 26th really late for?
That's gonna be too late for us.
So a compromise between September 8th and 26th for response briefs.
September 19th be, I mean, my only, well, I'm looking at you, Ashley.
I'm sorry, I have a vacation actually at the end of September, so I was hoping to have most of the final order in decent shape by that point, before I go on vacation. So I think I go on vacation, September 22nd? So if we could have it about a week before, then that would be helpful for me.
This
Okay.
would give a lot of time between them. The 19th, Friday the 19th?
That's fine from our perspective, but I thought I heard staff council, are you collectively or
You
just
said no.
individually?
Oh.
We're not trying to.
You said a week before the 21st, but.
If we could, I mean, would a compromise work between the 5th and 15th? So initial briefs on the 5th, responses on the 15th. I know that requires a weekend for folks, but it is workable in terms of real days, right? Is that possible?
We're happy, if that's what the commission, as far as we're concerned, I don't want to speak for other parties.
Pretty much, yeah, it's at the commission's discretion, but that's a pretty tight turnaround for response
is.
briefs.
It is.
The
So,
19th would have been fine with us. It's up,
how about 17th?
obviously, the commission's.
Wednesday the 17th, the 5th for initial, 17th for response. It doesn't give you a lot of time, Ashley, before you leave for vacation, but.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm
All
sorry,
right.
Ashley.
Oh, it's okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so simultaneous initial briefs on September 5th, simultaneous response briefs on the 17th of September, and then our order will be due as my birthday present. On October 28th.
Just what you were wanting.
It's exactly what I had hoped, what I'd always wanted.
Mine is the 4th, so I get a brief for my birthday.
Oh, nice.
Of September.
All right, anything further before I get my gavel? All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
You're adjourned.